So hey, what's up guys, welcome back to our YouTube channel, and today we are gonna see what if Harry Potter reincarnated into Rimuru Tempest universe. Yes, you heard it right, Harry Potter will die from Hogwarts and he will reincarnated into Jura Tempest Federation. So let's see what things happen, and if you're new to this channel, please make sure to subscribe and like the video. Also, due to some YouTube community guidelines, I have to make this short intro, so if you want, you can directly skip to the story. Also, if you want, you can skip starting from 30 seconds and go direct into the story. Now, without any further delay, let's get straight to the video.
Harry was on his knees before he realized he had dropped. The stone under him was slick with spilled potion and something darker. It smelled like smoke, hot metal, and wet ash. The great hall was still standing, but it felt like it was held together by stubbornness and panic. A scream cut through the noise, high and cracked, and then another. Someone was crying behind him, fast and ugly, like they could not breathe right. Harry tried to turn his head, but his neck did not want to work. Everything was heavy, like his bones had soaked up water. "Harry!" Hermione shouted. Her voice was right there, too close, sharp with fear. "Harry, get up, please move." Ron was somewhere to the left. Harry heard him swear, raw and helpless. "Mate, come on, come on. Please." Harry swallowed and tasted blood. He blinked hard, and the world stuttered. Spells were still flying, bright streaks slapping across the ruined space. The sound was constant, like wood cracking and glass shattering, and people yelling all at once. Voldemort stood in front of him, pale as bone, wand lifted like it was nothing. His face was calm in a way that made Harry feel sick. Not calm like brave, calm like bored. Harry's hand twitched toward his pocket by habit. There was no cloak there, no stone, no wand that mattered. His fingers closed on nothing, and panic tried to climb his throat. He forced himself to look up anyway. Voldemort's eyes were flat. His mouth curled like he had already won. "You still do not understand," Voldemort said. His voice carried too smooth. "You never did?" Harry tried to speak. His son felt flick. His lungs burned like he had been running, even though he had not moved. He could hear his own heartbeat, loud and uneven. He wanted to say something clever. He wanted to say something that sounded like he had control. Nothing came out. Hermione made a sound like she was about to throw herself in front of him. Someone grabbed her, yanking her back. Harry did not see who, but he heard her fight it. Voldemort's wand moved. Avada Kedavra. Green light tore through the air. Harry had seen it before. He had felt it before. Last time, it had been cold and empty, like a door shutting. This time, it hit him and did not stop. It went through him like it was searching for something. Harry's vision flashed white, then green, then nothing. Pain came late, and when it came it was wrong. It was not a sharp stab. It was not heat. It was his body deciding it did not want to be solid anymore. His skin prickled, then went numb. His arms felt like they were melting from the inside out. He tried to brace his hands on the floor, but his palms sank not into stone, but into himself. The line between him and the ground blurred. Harry tried to scream. He could not get air. The curse did not burn him. It unraveled him. He felt bone go soft. He felt muscle lose shape. He felt his ribs loosen like someone had cut every string holding him together. His stomach dropped, not from falling, but from the fact that his body did not know what it was supposed to be anymore. He heard Ron yelling his name far away. He heard Hermione sob, and the sound turned thin like it was traveling through water. Harry's thoughts broke into pieces. A memory flickered of the forest, of lying down and choosing it. A memory of King's Cross, bright and clean. That was not what this was. This was messy. This was his skin sliding off his nerves losing their place, his heart trying to beat without a chest to hold it. He tried to blink. His eyes did not close. He did not have eyelids. He did not have eyes. A horrible understanding hit him with the force of a punch. He was still awake. He was still here. And his body was gone. The green light kept pushing like it wanted to scrape his soul clean. Harry felt something deep inside him resist. Not bravery. Not love. Something heavier. Older, like an anchor being dragged across stone. There was a sound, not in the hall, not in his ears. It felt like it came from the space behind his thoughts. Acknowledged, a voice said. It was neutral. It did not care about him. Unique skill acquired. Ruler of the end. Harry tried to react. His mind skidded. What? No, that was not right. Skills were not real. Voices did not announce things. Acknowledged, the voice repeated. Unique skill acquired. Survivor. Harry could not breathe. He did not have lungs. He still felt the need to breathe anyway, and it was torture. The great hall faded. The noise dropped away like someone had shoved cotton into the universe. The last thing Harry felt was the floor under him, then even that slipped. He fell into nothing. There was no up, no down, no sound, no warmth, no cold. Just awareness, trapped in a blank space, with the memory of green light still stuck behind his eyes that did not exist. He waited for peace. It did not come. Time went nothing, but his fear did not fade. His fear stayed hot, like a brand pressed into him. He kept expecting to wake up on stone, to taste blood again, to hear Hermione say his name, to hear Ron swear. Instead, there was only silence. And then, slowly, sensation came back. Not sight, not sound. Something else. Pressure. Weight. Wetness. Harry jerked, or tried to. His mind screamed at his body to move, and something shifted. It was small. It was wrong. It was like trying to flex a hand that had been replaced by a puddle. He tried again. The puddle rippled. Panic slammed into him so hard it made his thoughts stutter. He could not see. He could not hear. He could feel himself. Sort of. He felt like a lump of cold jelly pressed against rock. He felt the uneven texture of stone through his whole mass, as if every part of him was skin at once. He tried to draw breath and felt nothing happen. The need to breathe kept rising anyway, his brain screaming that he was suffocating. Harry pushed the panic down with brute force, like he had done under Dementors, like he had done while hiding in tents and ruins and graves. He did not have time to fall apart. He needed information. Harry tried to focus. He tried to remember the last thing he heard. The voice. It had called something a skill. Skill. That was not wizarding. That was nothing he knew. He moved again, a shiver through his whole body, and the world answered with a faint echo. Not sound, a vibration through the stone. The cave, then. He was in a cave. Great, he was blind in a cave. His mind wanted to laugh. It came out as a jitter of his mass. He tried to speak. Nothing happened. No throat, no mouth, no air to shape words. A cold rush hit him. He was trapped inside his own head, and his head did not even have a face. He pushed himself forward, a slow slide. His body dragged, sticky and heavy. The rock under him was damp. It smelled like minerals and old water. The air felt cold against him, even though he did not have skin. It was like he could sense temperature through the moisture in the stone. He slid again and bumped into something. Another rock. Or a wall. Harry's panic flared. The space around him felt tight, claustrophobic. He had spent nights under the stairs as a kid, but at least then he had eyes, and he had a door. Now he was just a blob on stone, in the dark, with no way to even scream. His mind flashed to the Cruciatus curse. The way pain had filled everything, leaving no room for thought. This was different. This was emptiness filling everything, leaving no room for breath. He forced himself to stop. He forced himself to be still. Think. If there was a skill, there might be others. If there was a system, there might be a way to use it. Harry focused inward, the way he had when he had tried to feel his magic during lessons, the way he had when he had been hurt and needed to cast without thinking. There was something in him, a pressure, a hum. It did not feel like his old magic, not exactly. It felt thicker, like magic had been turned into fog and packed into his body. "Hello," Harry tried to say inside his own head, because he had no other place to say it. "If there is a voice, speak again. Please, silence." Harry waited, jaw clenched in a body he did not have. Then a different voice answered, closer, sharper, and with a tone that made Harry flinch like he had been snapped at. "You are being melodramatic," the voice said. Harry froze. His mind latched onto it like a rope. "Who are you?" Harry thought back. The words came fast, shaky. "Where am I? What am I?" There was a pause. It felt like someone sighing. "Designation confirmed. Unique skill Great Sage modified," the voice said. "Primary function analysis, assistance, and correction of your bad decisions." Harry stared into the dark that did not exist. "Great Sage," he thought. "That sounds like a joke." "It is not a joke. Your life is a joke," Great Sage replied, flat and unimpressed. "You have been reincarnated. Your current species classification slime." Harry's mind went blank for a second. Then everything hit at once. "A slime," he thought. Like a monster." "Yes," Great Sage said. "You are currently a small quantity of semi-fluid organism. You are not dying. Your fixation on lungs is irrational." Harry's panic did not care about logic. "I cannot see. I cannot hear. I cannot talk." "You can. You are refusing to use the tools available," Great Sage said. "Recommendation: acquire extra skill magic sense." Harry tried to swallow again, even though he could not. "How?" "Desire," Great Sage said, like it was obvious. "Focus. The system responds to will. You have already been granted skills because you were loud enough about not wanting to die." Harry flinched. Loud enough. That was fair. He gathered himself. He thought about sight, not eyes, not light. Just understanding the space around him. He pictured how he had mapped corridors in the dark at Hogwarts. How he had known where walls were by sound and air movement. "I want to sense magic." He thought blunt. "I want to sense everything." Great Sage did not sound pleased, but it did not argue. Confirmed. Attempting acquisition. Something pressed against Harry's mind like a cold hand. His body tingled. Then the world changed. It was not sight, but it was close enough to make his fear ease a fraction. He felt energy around him. Lines and shapes made of pressure and movement. The cave wall was a dense mass. The ground was uneven, scattered with little bumps. Water trickled somewhere nearby, a thin thread of motion. There were living things, too. Small, fluttering shapes clung to the ceiling. Bats, maybe. Their bodies were warm knots in the air, pulsing with tiny sparks. Harry jolted instinctively, and the bats stirred. The cave filled with a faint vibration. He could not hear it as sound, but his new sense caught the motion. It was enough to make him feel like he was not alone, which was not comforting. "Magic sense acquired," Great Sage said. "Try not to panic again. Your panic is inefficient." Harry almost laughed. It came out as a wobble. "You sound like Hermione when she was stressed." "I do not know who that is." "I dislike her already," Great Sage replied. Harry slid forward slow. He tested the edge of his body against stone. He could feel where he ended now. He could feel his mass shift and reform. He tried to lift a part of himself, like raising a hand. A small bulge rose. It was slow, see, It was something. He pushed it down and surged forward, like a slug made of water. He kept moving until the cave opened wider. The air felt colder here. The stone was smoother. The water thread was closer. Harry angled toward it and reached the puddle. He touched the water and felt it blend into him, absorbed. He could hold it. He could keep it inside his mass. A thought sparked. Predator. That was another thing Rimuru had. If Harry remembered right from the weird bits of Muggle media Ron had once forced on him. No, that had been Enheim. Harry had watched one episode and complained the whole time. Ron had laughed and called him boring. He missed Ron so sharply it made his core twist. Great Sage. Harry thought, forcing his mind back. Do I have Predator? Unique skill Predator acquired? Great Sage said, like it had been waiting. Available. Harry went still. I did not ask for that. You did, implicitly, Great Sage replied. Your survival instincts are loud. Harry hated how true that was. A flutter of movement in the air drew his attention. One of the bats had dropped from the ceiling and was gliding low, curious or hunting. It brushed through the edge of Harry's sense, a warm pulse. Hunger hit him like a punch. Not hunger like food. Hunger like his body realizing it could take something. Like a gap inside him opening. Harry did not like it. He did not like the way it felt easy. The bat swooped closer. Harry tensed, not with muscles, but with intention. He pushed his mass upward like a wave. The bat hit him and stuck, its wings flailing. The vibration was frantic. Harry hesitated. His mind screamed no. His body did not care. Predator engaged. The bat vanished into him. There was a sensation of swallowing without a throat, a warm knot dissolving. A brief spike of fear from the creature, and then nothing. Harry's mind went cold. He felt bile that did not exist rise. Harry thought, I just ate it. Correct, Great Sage said. Analysis, you have acquired minor physical data. Bat flight membrane structure. Hearing organs. Basic echolocation. Harry froze. Echolocation? Yes, Great Sage said. If you integrate the data, you may reconstruct auditory function through magicule vibration interpretation. Harry's thoughts tumbled. It was wrong. It was disgusting. It was also useful, and that made him feel worse. He forced himself to move, dragging his body across stone, toward the deeper end of the cave. If he stayed near the bats, he would keep eating them. The hunger was still there, quiet but sharp. He needed a distraction. Something else lived in the cave, something bigger. Harry could feel it, far down, a presence like a storm of magicules pressed into a single shape. It was so dense it made the space around it feel heavy. Harry stopped. That, he thought, careful, is not a bat. Confirmed, Great Sage said. For once it sounded almost cautious. That is a high-density magicule entity. Extreme threat. Harry did not move. His instincts screamed at him to flee. His instincts also screamed that fleeing might be pointless if it decided to notice him. He had been a kid facing trolls and basilisk and worse. He had been terrified every time. He had done it anyway. He slid forward, slow as he could manage, toward the pressure in the dark. The cave narrowed, then opened into something huge. He could sense the size of it by how far the walls stretched before they curved. The air here was different. It felt charged, like standing near a spell that was about to go off. Harry's body trembled without his permission. Then the presence moved. The vibration rolled through the ground like thunder, slow and lazy. Harry's sense flared, overwhelmed by the sheer mass of it. He felt scales the size of doors. He felt claws like knives. He felt breath, hot and heavy, pushing against stone. A dragon. Harry's mind went blank for a second. Then he went cold all over. No, he thought. No, 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 not this, please. A sound hit him, not vibration. Actual sound, funneled through his new sense, translated into something his mind could process. A deep voice, amused and bored at the same time. "Oh," the dragon said, "a little snack has wandered in." Harry's panic spiked so hard his mass flattened against the stone. The dragon chuckled. The sound bounced off the cave walls, too big for the space. "Come now," the dragon said. "Do not freeze. That is rude." Harry tried to speak. He had no mouth. He had no tongue. He had only thought. And then, like a stupid reflex, he answered in the one language that did not require lips. The hiss of Parseltongue formed in his mind and came out through the magic around him, shaped by will instead of air. "I am not a snack," Harry sent, the words sliding and sharp. I do not know what I am." The cave went still. Then the dragon's attention snapped fully onto him. Harry felt it like a spotlight. "What?" the dragon said, slow. "Did you just speak the high tongue?" Harry's mind raced. "If you mean snake language?" He sent back, keeping it simple, "Yes." The dragon laughed again, louder this time, and the vibration made stones shiver. "Incredible," the dragon said. "A slime, speaking draconic. I have been trapped here for 300 years, and now a talking slime shows up." Harry's fear did not vanish, but curiosity went through it. Trapped? Harry sent, cautious. The dragon shifted, and Harry's sense caught chains of magic around its body, thick and tight. Not physical chains, something worse. A seal, layered and old. It pressed down like a mountain. "Yes," the dragon said, and the amusement in his voice turned sour for a moment. "Sealed? Imprisoned, bored out of my mind." Harry inched closer without meaning to. The seal was a thing he could understand. Wizards sealed things. Wizards trapped things. Wizards made prisons out of magic. This one was just bigger. "What is your name?" Harry sent. The dragon's grin was a force in the air. "Veldora," he said. "Rimuru Tempest. Storm dragon. True dragon. The greatest being you will ever have the honor of speaking to." Harry almost rolled his non-existent eyes. The attitude was familiar in a way that hurt. It reminded him of Lockhart, if Lockhart had been a natural disaster. "My name." Harry sent, then hesitated. He did not know if it mattered. Names were power here, maybe. Great Sage had said what mattered. He thought about lying. He thought about hiding. He was tired of hiding. "Harry," he sent. "Harry Potter?" Veldora went quiet. Then he let out a slow breath that made the air tremble. "Harry Potter," Veldora repeated, like he was tasting it. "That sounds like a story name." "It is," Harry sent back flat. "It was. I died." Veldora made a disappointed noise. "You died," he said. "That is unfortunate. You are small. I was hoping for entertainment, not tragedy." Harry's mass tightened. "I am not here to entertain you," Veldora laughed. "Everyone is here to entertain me," he said. Then his voice dipped, and for a second it sounded almost lonely. "But you are new. That is something." Harry's mind flashed to the bat inside him. New body, new rules, new world. He did not want to be alone. He also did not want to trust a dragon. "What is this place?" Harry sent, forcing himself to ask the useful question. Veldora made a humming sound. "The sealed cave," he said. "In the Jura forest. A delightful little hole in the ground. You will not find much here besides me bats, and the occasional foolish adventurer who thinks treasure is worth dying for." Harry's core twisted. "Yes," Veldora said, casual. "They come, they die. The seal stays, I stay bored." Harry felt something click. "Did you kill them?" Veldora snorted. Sometimes, most of them die to other things, or to their own stupidity. There was one who died in an odd way, he added, and Harry felt his interest spike. No wound, just dropped. Like his life was cut. Harry went still. Like magic. Veldora's attention sharpened. You know of that? Harry did not answer right away. He was aware of great sage. Quiet in the back of his mind, listening. He was aware of his own hunger still there. He chose the safe truth. In my world, Harry sent, there was a curse. Green light. It killed without leaving marks. It hit me. I did not stay dead. The cave went quiet again, heavy with the dragon thinking. Veldora's voice softened, only slightly. That is interesting, he said. A curse like that would amuse me. Harry's fear flared. Do not say that like it is funny. Veldora paused, then sighed. Fine, he said, like a child forced to apologize. It is concerning. Happy. Harry did not believe him. But he appreciated the effort. They stared at each other in silence. Harry could not actually see Veldora, but his sense mapped the dragon's shape with harsh clarity. He could feel the seal around him. Thick bands of magic pressed into the air. Harry's instincts whispered a thought he did not like. Names were power. If Veldora gave him a name, Harry might gain something. That was how this world worked. If the outline was right, Rimuru had been named by Veldora and evolved. Harry did not like depending on anyone. He liked dying less. Why are you telling me all this? Harry sent careful. Veldora's laugh came out smaller. Because I am bored, he said. Because you spoke my language. Because you did not scream and run, even though you should have. Because I want a friend. Harry's core clenched. Friend. He thought of Ron's lopsided grin, Hermione's stubborn glare, Ginny's hand in his, steady even when the world was falling apart. He swallowed a lump he did not have. I do not know if I can be your friend, Harry sent honestly. I do not know if I can trust you. Veldora made a theatrical sigh. Trust is built, he said. We can start with a name. That is always fun. Harry stiffened. A name is not a toy. Veldora sounded offended. Names are absolutely toys. Names make people stronger. Names make people interesting. Names make the world move. Harry hesitated. Great Sage was silent, which meant it was letting him choose. What do you want? Harry sent. Veldora's voice turned bright again. I want you to live, he said. I want you to leave this cave and bring me stories. I want you to come back and talk to me, so I do not go insane with boredom. Harry's fear did not fully fade, but something in him eased. It was selfish. It was honest. It was not the worst offer he had ever heard. And what do you get? Harry asked. Veldora's laugh rolled through the cave. I get a named slime, he said. A companion, a witness, and maybe if you are clever, you can help me with this seal. Harry went still. You want me to free you? Veldora did not deny it. Eventually, he said. Not now. I am not stupid. I know you are small, but you have something odd in you. That curse did not kill you. Your soul feels dense, like it is holding on too hard. Harry's core throbbed, dense. Anchor. The master of death. The system had given him something called ruler of the end. He did not know what it meant, but he could feel it, deep and heavy, like a lock on a door. If you name me, Harry sent slowly. What happens? You evolve, Veldora said, delighted. You become less pathetic. You might even be able to speak properly. And I get to claim you as mine in name, which will annoy a lot of people. Harry almost laughed. He could picture it, a dragon doing something just because it would irritate others. That was the most Ron thing he had ever heard from a monster. Fine. Harry sent, then forced the word out like it hurt. "Name me. But if you try to control me, I will fight you." Veldora's delight crackled in the air. "Wonderful," he said, bold, stupid. "I like you." Harry braced himself, as much as a slime could brace. Veldora spoke, and the words were not Parseltongue, not English, not anything Harry recognized. They were the sound of authority, the sound of the world being told to change. "I name you Harry Tempest," Veldora declared. The cave shook. Pain hit Harry like a wave. It was not the dissolving pain from the curse. This was his body being rewritten. His mass heated, then cooled. Energy poured into him, too much, making him feel swollen and stretched. His mind buzzed, overloaded with data. Acknowledged. The neutral system voice said again, cutting through everything. Name received. Evolution in progress. Harry tried to hold on to himself. His thoughts slipped and fear surged. He had not meant to trust anyone this fast. He had not meant to let anyone mark him with their power. He did not have time to regret it. The world blurred and then went black. When Harry came back, he expected to wake up with lungs again. He expected to wake up in the Great Hall, choking, with Hermione slapping his face. Instead, he woke up in the cave with a different kind of awareness. His senses were sharper. The air around him was no longer just cold. It carried detail. The mineral smell was stronger. The water nearby had a clean note to it. The bats above were clearer in his perception, their little hearts beating fast. He realized he could hear, not like before. Not through ears, through vibration and magic sense translated into sound in his mind. But it was sound. It was real. Harry let out a shaky laugh that came out as a wet little gurgle. "Congratulations," Great Sage said. It sounded annoyed. "You have acquired functional sensory translation. Do not get sentimental." Harry ignored it. "I can hear you," he thought, relief making his thoughts run together. "I can actually hear you now." "That is unfortunate," Great Sage replied. Harry could not help it. He laughed again, then stopped when he realized the sound echoed off the cave walls, too loud. He was still in a dragon's cave. He was still a slime. He slid a little, testing his body. He felt more elastic now. He could shape himself faster. He could push a part of himself up and hold it steady. He formed a crude mouth shape, more out of stubbornness than need. "Hello," he tried aloud. His voice came out thin and wet, like someone talking through water. It was still his voice, sort of. It was also not. Veldora made a pleased noise. "There it is," he said. "Now you can speak properly." Harry angled his body toward the dragon, keeping a careful distance. He could sense Veldora's position clearly. The massive shape curled within the seal. The dragon's eyes were open, bright with amusement. "Thanks," Harry said, and the word tasted strange without a tongue. He forced himself to keep it steady. "For the name," Veldora hummed. "You are welcome," he said, like he had handed Harry a gift and expected applause. "Now, about that seal." Harry tensed. "I said I would not free you right now," Veldora said, sounding almost offended. "I am not asking you to shatter it. I am asking you to eat it." Harry froze. "Eat it?" "Yes," Veldora said like it was obvious. "You have predator. You can consume matter and energy. The seal is built into the walls. If you consume the walls around it, you can move the prison." Harry stared at him, mind racing. In canon, Rimuru had done this. He had stored Veldora inside his stomach, seal and all, creating a way to eventually analyze it. Harry did not like the idea of carrying a true dragon inside him. That sounded like a quick way to explode. Great Sage, Harry thought. If I do that, do I die? Probability of catastrophic failure low. Great Sage replied. Your soul density and skill set suggest high tolerance. Recommendation: do it. Secondary recommendation: stop being dramatic. Harry swallowed, even though he did not need to. Veldora watched him with something like hope, and that did not sit right in Harry's chest. It made Veldora look less like a monster and more like a person stuck in a room with no door. Harry knew what that felt like. Fine, Harry said aloud. But if you start messing with my head, we are done. Veldora's grin sharpened. I would never, he said, in the exact tone of someone who absolutely would. Harry did not waste time arguing. He slid toward the seal. The air grew heavier as he got close. The magic around the prison pressed into him, cold and sharp, like walking into a ward meant to keep you out. Harry focused on Predator. He pictured the bat dissolving, the way it had vanished into him. He pictured doing that to stone, to magic, to the seal itself. He pressed his body against the wall. Predator, he said, voice shaking. His mass stretched, flattening against rock. The stone did not move at first. Then the wall softened, not physically, but in the way his skill treated it. The rock became food. The magic became something he could pull. It was harder than the bat. It pushed back. The seal bit at him, cold and angry, trying to reject him. Harry grit his teeth in a mouth he barely had. He shoved more will into it, more stubbornness. The same stubbornness that had carried him through curses and grief and war. The wall dissolved into him in slow chunks. Harry's body swelled. Heat built inside him. His mind buzzed with too much information, too much energy, and it made him want to panic again. He forced himself to keep going. Stone, magic. More stone. The seal's edge. The first sign he touched the seal directly. Pain cracked through him like lightning. It was not physical. It was his soul being told no. Harry jerked back, mass snapping away from the seal. He trembled, shuddering across the cave floor. Veldora's voice turned sharp. Are you all right? Harry forced a breath he did not need. Yeah, he said, and it came out rough. It just bit. It is an old seal, Veldora said, and there was real anger in his voice now. It hates being touched. Harry pressed forward again, slower. He found the edge where stone met seal and focused there, eating around it rather than through it. He took the prison walls piece by piece, carving space. Minutes passed, or hours. Harry could not tell. Time in a cave was a joke. His body grew heavier with every chunk of wall he consumed. He felt full in a way he did not understand. He felt stretched and hot, like he was holding too much water in a skin bag. Status, Great Sage said. You are approaching capacity. Recommendation. Store consumed matter in subspace. I have a subspace, Harry thought, startled. You have multiple, Great Sage replied. Try paying attention. Harry did not argue. He focused inward, on the heavy anchor of Ruler of the End, and felt a space open, cold and deep. It did not feel like a pocket. It felt like a vault. He pushed the consumed stone and magic into it. The pressure eased. Harry's body shrank back to something manageable. He stared at himself, metaphorically, and felt a sick thrill. This was power. This was real power. He did not know what to do with that, without turning into something he hated. He kept eating. When he had consumed enough of a swelling structure, the prison felt less rooted. Veldora's seal was still intact, thick bands of magic wrapped around the dragon, but the walls that anchored it had been thinned. Veldora's voice went quiet, almost careful. Now, he said, try to consume the prison itself, not the seal. The structure holding it. Harry's mind went cold. He slid forward until he was pressed against the magic structure, the invisible cage that held the seal in place. He could sense it now, a layered spell framework like a complex ward. It reminded him of Hogwarts protections. It reminded him of the Ministry. It reminded him of the way Dumbledore's magic had felt, vast and precise. It made Harry's stomach twist. He did not want another cage in his life. He opened Predator and bit down. The structure resisted. Harry pushed harder. His whole body trembled as he pulled energy into himself, swallowing pieces of the prison. Pain flared, sharp but brief. Then the prison began to fold inward, like fabric being packed away. Harry felt the mass of it settle inside him, heavy and strange. Veldora's presence shifted. For a terrifying second, it felt like the dragon was sliding into him too. Harry's panic snapped. "Wet," he blurted aloud. "Wet. Are you coming with it?" Veldora's laughter sounded almost giddy. "Of course," he said. "Where else would I go? I am sealed to it." Harry tried to pull back. It was too late. The prison, the seal, and Veldora's massive magicule stole all to west, drawn into Harry's body like a collapsing star. Harry's mass bulged. His sense flared, overwhelmed. For a second, he thought he was going to explode. The cave spun around him in vibrations and pressure. Then it settled. The dragon was inside him. Not physically, not in the way a thing sat in a stomach, more like a presence in a deep room, behind a locked door. Harry went still, shaking. Veldora's voice echoed from within, muffled but clear enough. "Marvelous," he said. "You did it." Harry tried to speak. His voice came out thin and shaky. "You are in me?" "Yes," Veldora said, cheerful. "Do not make it weird." Harry made a strangled sound. "How is this not weird?" Great Sage cut in, dry as dust. "It is weird. You will adapt. Recommendation: stop talking and stabilize your magical flow. You are leaking." Harry felt it then, a faint spill of energy from his body, like steam. The air around him tasted sharp, electric. The bats above stirred, agitated. Harry clenched down on himself, focusing, pulling the leak inward. It took a moment, but the spill slowed. He did not like how natural it felt, controlling a storm of magic like it was just breathing. He stayed still until his shaking stopped. Then he realized something. The cave felt bigger now. Not because it changed, but because the heaviest presence in it had moved inside him. The air felt less oppressive. The walls felt less like they were closing in. Harry could leave. The thought hit him like a slap. Leave. Go out into the world. Into a place he did not know. With no wand. With no friends. With a true dragon sealed inside him like a dangerous secret. Harry forced himself to move anyway. He slid along the cave floor, following the slope toward a section he had not explored earlier. His senses mapped the space in detail now. Water pools, stone ridges, a narrow crack that led nowhere, old claw marks in the rock, deep and ancient. He found something else too. A corner where the stone was stained darker, like it had been wet with blood long ago. The smell was faint, but it was there, old and sour. Harry slowed, unease crawling through him. He nudged the stain with his body and felt something hard beneath a layer of grit. He pushed again, shifting debris. Bone. Harry froze. He pulled more grit aside. A rib, a spine, a skull half buried in dust, jaw open like it had tried to scream. Harry stared at it, mind going cold. This was not ancient. It was not fossil. The bone still held shape like it had not been here for centuries. The clothing scraps around it were rotted, but not completely gone. A human. In this world. In Veldora's cave. Harry's body tightened, and he hated that his first thought was not grief. His first thought was suspicion. He had learned that bodies were messages. He slid closer and studied the skeleton, the way he had studied crime scenes as an RR in training. the way he had studied cursed artifacts in dark shops, the way he had studied the dead in war. There was no blade mark, no bite, no broken bone from a fall. The ribs were intact. The skull had no crack. The person had dropped where they stood, and then time had done the rest. Harry felt his core clench. Great Sage, he thought. Analyze. There was a pause, like Great Sage was annoyed it had to do actual work. Confirmed, Great Sage said. Human remains. Cause of death. Instant life termination via high-grade soul-severing effect. Harry's mind went cold. Like Avada Kedavra, Harry whispered aloud. Similar, Great Sage replied. Magical signature residue present. Unidentified curse pattern. Classification foreign silicu. Wizarding origin. Harry stared at the skull. Someone had used a killing curse here. Someone who knew it. Someone who had crossed worlds or been pulled across or been reborn like Harry had. Harry felt his fear sharpen into something else. Not rage, not yet. Alertness, focus. The part of him that had learned to live by watching for the next curse. He nudged the bones gently, shifting them without waking them. Under the ribs, half buried, there was a small object. Metal, dulled by time. Harry pressed against it and lifted it out with a careful shaping of his mass. It was a ring. Not the resurrection stone ring. This one was plain, heavy, with a faint carved mark that made Harry's skin crawl, even through slime. A skull shape. A snake. A symbol Harry knew too well. His thoughts went quiet. No, he whispered. Voldemort's world was not supposed to follow him. Harry's mass trembled. He tightened his grip around the ring, holding it like it might bite. Inside him, Veldora's voice drifted, curious. What did you find? Harry did not answer right away. He was staring at the mark, feeling his stomach twist in a way that had nothing to do with slime. He forced his voice to stay steady. A clue, he said. A warning. Veldora sounded amused. Warnings are boring, he said. Tell me anyway. Harry swallowed and tucked the ring into the cold vault space inside him. The hollowed inventory Great Sage had hinted at. He did not want it touching him. Then he looked back at the skeleton, and for the first time, grief cracked through his numb focus. Someone had died here. Maybe they had been scared. Maybe they had been alone. Maybe they had thought they were safe until green light took them like it had taken so many in Harry's world. Harry's throat tightened. He did not have a throat. The feeling still happened anyway. I am not the first, he said. Quiet. I am not the only wizard. The cave felt colder. Great Sage spoke calm and sharp. Conclusion: threat presence in this world. Recommendation: prepare. Acquire combat skills. Establish allies. Harry almost laughed at the word conclusion, then caught himself. Great Sage was not summarizing. It was just doing what it did. Harry shifted, dragging his body away from the bones. He left them as they were, partly covered, not because he did not care, but because he did not have hands to bury them properly. Not yet. He made himself look forward. The cave mouth was ahead, a faint wash of natural light that his magic sense translated into warmth and open air. Harry stopped at the edge, body pressed against stone. Outside, he could feel it. Life, trees, animals, a whole forest full of moving heat and hunger and magicules. The world was wide and dangerous, and Harry was a slime with a dragon sealed inside him and a death mark in his pocket. He waited 1 second longer, breathing by habit, steadying himself. Then he slid forward into the light. The cold air hit him first, sharp and clean, and the forest breathed around him like it did not care who he used to be. Harry paused just long enough to let the reality settle. He was not dead. He was not safe. And somewhere out there, A wizard had already started killing. If you want, I will continue with the rest of Chapter 1 right from this moment, carrying into the first minutes in Jura and the immediate threat beat that closes the chapter with a hook. Harry hit the ground hard enough that the dirt splashed up around him. Not into eyes, because he did not have eyes, but into his sense of space. Into the little pulse of magic he used like sight. For a split second, the world went fuzzy, like someone had smeared mud over his thoughts. Then the thing above him came down again. It was fast, too fast, a blur of muscle and hunger, dropping from a branch like it had been waiting there the whole time. Harry shoved his body sideways. The strike missed by inches and hit the ground where he had been, claws tearing a chunk out of earth. The vibration ran through the forest floor and up into his slime like a punch. He did not have bones, but his core still flinched. Harry pushed himself forward, away from the impact point, and forced himself to think like he was back in a corridor with Death Eaters. Keep moving. Keep distance. Do not freeze. Freezing got you killed. Great sage, he thought, tight and breathless out of habit. Tell me what that is. Large predatory mammal, Great Sage replied. It sounded bored, which made him want to scream. Likely a variant of dire beast, it is not intelligent. It is hungry. Harry rolled behind a tree trunk. The trunk was thick and rough, and his body stuck to it for a second before he slid down to the base. Leaves shook above him. He felt the creature circle, sniffing, its heat a hot knot in his sense. I got that, Harry thought. How do I stop it without getting ripped apart? Suggestion, Great Sage said. Use water compression? Replicate a stunning impact. Your former spell Stupefy was concept-driven. Apply concept. Harry's mind snapped to his wand hand that did not exist. His muscle memory still tried to reach for it, still tried to form the movement. It felt stupid and embarrassing, like calling for a weapon you had already lost. He shoved that feeling down. Fine, he thought. Concept. Impact. Stop. He pressed part of his slime body into the dirt, compressing it, like a spring being forced down. It was harder than he expected. His slime wanted to spread. It wanted to be lazy. Forcing it into a tight, dense ball felt like holding his breath for too long. The creature lunged again, jaws open. Harry released. A tight shot of water and compressed slime whipped forward. It hit the creature square in the snout with a wet quack. The impact snapped its head sideways. It stumbled, shocked, and made a confused noise that sounded like it did not understand why the world had just punched it. Harry did not wait. He surged forward and rammed into its front legs, knocking it off balance. It went down with a heavy thud. Harry followed, climbing up its chest and throwing his weight over its face, trying to blind it, trying to smother it the way a net would. The creature thrashed. Its claws scraped through Harry's body, cutting grooves that closed a second later. But the pain still flashed through him, sharp and ugly. He felt his mass split and rejoin. He felt his core tighten. He hated the fact that he could heal. He hated the fact that he could take damage and keep going, because it made it easier to do stupid things. The creature bit down. It caught a chunk of his body in its teeth. Harry felt pressure, then a tearing pain, and then the chunk was inside its mouth. Harry's stomach flipped, even though he was basically a stomach. I am going to regret this, he thought, and turned Predator on. He pushed himself into the creature's jawline, not fast, but stubborn. Predator latched. The creature went rigid for a second, like its body had hit a wall. Then it started to panic. Harry felt it fight. He felt it try to pull away. He kept the concept in his head, the way he kept a spell steady. Eat, neutralize, and the threat. The creature's struggles slowed, its heat faded. A minute later, it stopped moving. Harry slid off it and collapsed into the dirt. His slime spread out without permission, like his body was trying to melt into the ground and pretend it was not alive. His thoughts were loud and messy. He had killed it. Not with a wand, not with a clean curse. He had eaten it. He had taken it apart from the inside out like it was just meat. His core churned, sick with the memory of it. "You are alive," Great Sage said. "That is the objective." Harry did not answer out loud. He stayed still, trying not to shake. A voice echoed from deeper inside him, smug and far too pleased. "Marvelous," Veldora said. "You have already started eating your way through the world. I knew you would be entertaining." Harry pushed himself upright. His body pulled back into a tighter shape. Still friendly. He did not like the way the forest smelled right now. Sap, wet dirt, blood. His sense caught the fading warmth of the dead beast and the lingering hunger in himself. "I did not do it for entertainment," Harry muttered. "You did it because you are a survivor." Veldora replied like that explained everything. "Also, because you are violent." Harry's thoughts snapped. "I was defending myself." "Oh yes," Veldora said, dramatic. "The tiny slime, bravely defending itself by eating an entire animal." Harry clenched down hard enough that his shape wobbled. "Shut up." Veldora laughed like he had won something. Great Sage cut in, dry and sharp. "You have acquired biological data. Increase in movement efficiency possible. Also, you are leaking emotion. Stabilize." Harry did not like being told he was leaking emotion. He did it anyway. He pulled his focus inward and steadied his magical flow until the buzzing inside him eased. Then he turned his attention to the thing he had been trying not to look at. The dead beast was not a direwolf. Not yet. It was bigger than a fox, smaller than a horse. A lone hunter, probably. Its fur was thick and matted. Its claws were long enough to make him think of a lion. The magical density in its body had been low compared to Veldora, low compared to the seal, but higher than a normal animal. A monster, then. Or close to it. Great Sage, Harry thought. If I keep doing that, am I going to turn into a psychopath? Psychopathy is a human clinical concept, Great Sage replied. You are now a slime. Your morality is still your own choice. Your method of survival does not define your intent. That was almost comforting. Almost. Harry slid away from the corpse and left it where it was. He could not bring himself to take more from it. Not right now. He already felt too full, too heavy, like he had swallowed a stone. The forest stretched ahead of him, thick with life. Every direction was heat and motion. Tiny pulses of magicals in insects and birds, bigger pulses in deer-like creatures, and a few heavy knots deeper in the trees that made his instincts tighten. He treated it the way he treated enemy territory. Keep to cover. Move low. Listen with sense instead of ears. Do not trust open ground. By the time the sun dipped lower, he had learned 3 things. 1. He could move fast if he compressed himself and launched, like a spring. It was messy and it made him feel dizzy, but it worked. He could clear distance quickly when he needed to. 2. Water was everywhere if he looked for it. In leaves, in soil, in streams. He could pull it into himself and store it, and then shape it into weapons. 3. Every time he used too much force, he felt it in his core like a muscle strain. His body did not bruise, but his magical flow did. That meant he could overdo it and end up helpless. That last one kept him cautious. He reached a shallow stream and stopped. The water was cold. It ran over smooth stones and made a soft vibration that his sense translated into sound like a quiet hiss. Harry dipped part of himself into it and pulled the water in. He held it, then tried to shape it the way Great Sage had suggested. "Water blade," he said quietly, more to himself than anyone else. He forced the water into a thin edge. It was not like holding a sword. It was like trying to hold a sheet of glass while it kept wanting to turn into a puddle. The edge formed, wavered, then collapsed. Harry tried again. He compressed harder, focusing on a clean cut. He pictured the spell he had used in desperation once, the slicing curse he hated, the one that had left Draco bleeding on the bathroom floor. He did not want that memory. He used it anyway. The water edge snapped into shape. It was invisible at first, just a pressure line. Then his sense caught it as a tight ribbon of compressed magical water. It hummed with tension. Harry swung it at a rock. The edge cut into stone with a wet hiss. A clean line appeared, and the top half of the rock slid off and dropped into the stream. Harry went still. He had just cut stone. His body shivered, and his first reaction was not pride. It was fear. Because if he could do that to stone, he could do it to flesh, and he knew exactly what kind of person he had been forced to become in his old world. "Confirmed," Great Sage said. "Skill structure forming. Designation suggestion. Invisible blade." Harry swallowed. "Do not name it that." "It is accurate," Great Sage replied. Veldora sounded delighted. "Name it whatever you want. Use it on something bigger next." Harry ignored him. He let the blade dissolve back into water and pulled the water back into himself. He stayed by the stream a moment longer, trying to calm the tightness in his core. Then his sense caught something that did not fit. A cluster of small living pulses ahead, moving in a tight group, stumbling through the trees. Their magical density was low, but their emotional signature, if he could call it that, felt wrong. Erratic. Feverish. Harry slid up onto the bank and moved toward them. He found them in a small clearing. 5 figures, short and thin, with crude spears and torn leather. Goblins. The kind from this world, not the ones from Gringotts. These were not smug bankers. These were desperate, shaking people. One of them saw him and yelped. The spear came up, hands trembling. The goblin's eyes were glossy, unfocused. "Monster," the goblin croaked. Harry stopped. He did not rush forward. He kept himself still, trying to look less threatening, which was stupid, because he was a blob. "I am not here to hurt you," Harry said. His voice still sounded wet and wrong, but the words were clear. The goblins stared like they did not believe sound could come from him. One goblin behind the spear wielder swayed, then dropped to a knee, coughing. The cough sounded thick and ugly. The goblin's shoulders shook. Something dark splattered onto the dirt. Harry's core tightened. Great Sage, he thought. What is wrong with them? Analysis, Great Sage replied. High impurity magical contamination. Symptoms resemble mana rot. Harry moved closer. Slow. The spear goblin tried to step back and nearly fell over. Harry caught the motion with his sense and stopped again. Listen, Harry said, steady. I am not going to eat you. I need to know what is happening. You are sick. The spear goblin's mouth twisted. We are dying, he said. The words came out like he was chewing them. Wolves. Disease. Forest hates us. Another goblin, smaller, with a torn ear, looked up at Harry and whispered, Slime. Like the one in stories. Harry's core twitched. Rimuru. The idea of Rimuru was all over this world's early history, and Harry hated how much his life was sliding into someone else's shape. I am Harry, he said. I do not know your rules yet, but I can help if you let me. The spear goblin's grip tightened. Help, he repeated like the word was suspicious. Harry did not blame him. A sound rolled through the trees in the distance. A howl, long and low, and then another that answered it. The goblins flinched in unison. The spear goblin's eyes went wide. "Direwolves," he hissed. "They come again. They will kill us. They will take the village." Harry felt it too. A pack, moving fast, heavy magical pulses. Not close yet, but coming. He looked back at the goblins, at their shaking hands and fever eyes. He could leave. He could move on. He could stay alone and keep surviving. He could also do what he had always done, even when he hated it. He could stand between something helpless and something that wanted to tear it apart. Harry's core tightened until it hurt. "Take me to your village," he said. The spear goblin stared. "Why?" Harry forced the answer out, blunt and honest. "Because I am tired of watching people die." The goblin's throat bobbed. He looked like he wanted to argue. Then the sick goblin beside him coughed again and nearly collapsed. That decided it. "Fine," the spear goblin said, voice rough. "Do not trick us. My name Rigard." Harry's core caught on the name. Rigard, that one was canon. That meant the timeline was close enough to be familiar, which made him feel weirdly relieved and strangely angry at the same time. "I will not trick you," Harry said. "Move. If the wolves are coming, we need to move now." Rigard nodded sharp. He turned and barked something in his language. The goblins formed up, messy and weak, and started toward a narrow path through the trees. Harry followed, staying at their back like a rear guard. He watched the foes behind them, tracked the pack movement, and kept his water stored and ready. The goblin village appeared in a dip between trees, crude huts made of wood and mud. Smoke rose from a few fires, thin and weak. There were more goblins here, dozens, but they looked worse than the group Rigard had led. Some had bandaged arms. Some lay on straw, barely moving. Their eyes were glossy. Their skin looked dull. The air smelled like sickness and fear. When the village saw Harry, there was a wave of panic. Children cried. Spears lifted. Someone screamed for a chief. Harry stopped at the edge of the clearing and forced himself not to flinch. He could feel their fear like heat. Rigard stepped forward, wobbling, and raised a hand. "Stop," he shouted. "Stop," he spoke. "He is not like other monsters." A goblin with a bigger frame stumbled out of the largest hut. He had a cracked club in one hand and a cheap metal helm on his head. His eyes were bloodshot. He looked at Harry like he was trying to decide if fear or hope was more dangerous. "Rigard," the goblin chief rasped. "What did you bring?" Rigard straightened as much as he could. "A slime," he said. "He says he will help." The chief's gaze flicked over Harry. "A slime," he repeated like the word tasted wrong. "Slime does not help. Slime eats." Harry held still. "I can eat," he said, "but I can also protect." "The wolves are coming." The chief's jaw tightened. "They come every night now," he said. "They take our hunters. They kill our guards. We cannot fight. We are sick." Harry looked around. He did not ask permission. He let his sense dip into the village, into the magical signatures of the goblins. The contamination was real. It sat in them like a film, dark and thick around their cores. He felt something else too, faint but sharp. A residue in the air, like a spell trail. It reminded him of the way cursed objects felt in Nocturne Alley. Not the same, but close enough to make his core twist. "Your sickness," Harry said. "Did it start after something happened? A new water source? A dead animal? A stranger?" The chief stared. "We have no strangers," he snapped. Then his voice cracked and he coughed into his fist, leaving dark flecks on his skin. Harry slid closer, careful. "Tell me anyway." Rigurd hesitated, then spoke, voice low. It started after the river changed, he said. Upstream, smell got worse. Fish died. Some goblins drank anyway. Then fever? Harry's core tightened. Upstream. If someone was poisoning magicules, it would travel. That fit with what the outline had warned about. The saboteur. The experiments. Great sage, Harry thought. Can I take the contamination out? Yes, great sage replied. You can absorb the impurity magicals into yourself. Risk of internal imbalance. Your poison resistance and survivor trait reduce the risk. Not eliminate. Harry looked at the sick goblins. He felt their fear. He felt their pain in the way their bodies shook and their cores sputtered. He did not want to do this. He did not want to take more darkness into himself. He did it anyway. I can help with the sickness, Harry said aloud. Not fully yet, but I can reduce it. I need a bowl. Something to put the waste in. The chief stared. West. You will see, Harry said. A goblin rushed off and came back with a cracked wooden bowl, held like it was fragile treasure. Harry took it by pressing a small part of his slime under it and lifting. He slid to the nearest sick goblin, a woman curled on straw, eyes half closed. Her breathing was shallow and fast. Her hands shook. She flinched when he touched her, and Harry froze. I am not going to hurt you, he said quietly. If you do not want me to, I will stop. The woman's eyes opened unfocused. She whispered something in her language. Harry did not catch it. Rigurd leaned in. She says she is already dying, he translated. She says do it. Harry's core twisted. He pressed himself gently against her skin and focused on the contamination, the dark film around her core. He turned predator on, but not to eat flesh. To pull only the impurity, only the rot. It was not clean. It fought him. The impurity clung like sludge. Harry's body heated as it took it in. He felt the rot slide into him, cold and thick, like swallowing smoke. The woman gasped. Her chest rose and fell hard. Then her breathing steadied. Her eyes focused a fraction. Harry pulled away, shaking, and retched into the wooden bowl. Low, like sludge. Thick and stinking. It was not blood. It was not vomit. It was something worse, like the forest itself had been poisoned and Harry had swallowed the poison. He stared at it, nauseated. The goblin stared too, silent and horrified. Throw that away, Harry said, voice tight. Do not touch it with bare skin. A goblin stepped forward, hands trembling, and took the bowl carefully. He walked it to the edge of the clearing and dumped it into a pit, then covered it with dirt like he was burying something cursed. Harry shook himself, trying to steady. The rot inside him made his core feel heavy. He could handle it, but it did not feel good. The sick woman on the straw sat up slowly. She blinked, confused. Her eyes were still tired, but the glassy fever sheen was less. A low sound rose in the village. Not cheering, not celebration. More like disbelief turning into fragile hope. The chief stared at Harry, then looked away like he did not want to admit what he had just seen. You can do that for all, Rigurd said, voice raw. Harry's core tightened. Not all today, he said. I will try. But right now we have a bigger problem. He let his sense stretch out toward the trees. The pack was closer now. The biggest pulses were heavy, controlled, moving like soldiers, not animals. Deer wolves, Harry said. How many? Rigurd's mouth tightened. 100, he said, maybe more. Harry looked at the village, mud huts, weak fighters, sick bodies, children. He pictured a pack of wolves hitting them at night. It would not be a fight. It would be slaughter. He felt his old self, the part that had planned raids and escapes, the part that had mapped routes and watched for ambushes. He hated that part. He used it anyway. "Show me the perimeter," Harry said. Rigurd blinked. "Perimeter. The edge," Harry said, more direct. "Where the wolves come from. Where the trees are closest. Where the ground is soft. Take me around." The chief tried to protest. "We do not have time. We have no weapons." Harry turned his voice cold without meaning to. "You have time to die or time to dig, choose." The village went quiet. Rigurd's jaw tightened. He nodded. "Come," he said. They moved along the edge of the clearing. Harry tracked positions as they went, anchoring the space in his head. The north edge had thick trees and shadow. The east edge sloped slightly down, which meant wolves would have momentum. The west edge had a shallow ditch already, worn by rain. Harry stopped at the west ditch and pressed his body into the soil. The dirt was loose here, easy to move. "We deepen this," he said. A trench. 2 goblins wide, 1 goblin deep. Enough to break a charge. Rigurd stared. "We are sick. We are weak." Harry's core clenched. "Then you dig until you cannot," he said. "Then you rest. Then you dig again. If you do not dig, wolves will do the digging with your bodies." A goblin nearby whimpered. Another goblin made a soft, angry sound. The chief's club thumped once against the ground. He looked like he wanted to punch Harry. He also looked like he knew Harry was right. "What about you?" the chief demanded. "Will you dig too, slime?" Harry forced himself not to flinch at the word slime. "Yes," he said, "and I will fight. But I need you to follow instructions." The chief's eyes narrowed. "Why would we follow you?" Harry hesitated for half a heartbeat. Then he said the truth. "Because I have fought worse than wolves. And because I do not want to watch another village burn." Wiggold's face softened. Just slightly, like he understood that word burn more than he should. The chief's expression stayed hard, but his wit had some affection. "All right," the chief said, voice rough. "We dig, but if you betray us, we will die anyway, so I will kill you first." Harry almost laughed. "Fair," he said. They worked fast. Harry used his slime body like a shovel, pushing dirt out of the trench, piling it into a low berm behind it. Goblins joined in with crude spades and hands. They coughed. They stumbled. They kept going. Harry watched them and felt something ugly in his chest. He was pushing sick people into labor like a commander. He hated it. He also watched the trees and tracked the wolves, and he hated that even more, because it meant he could not afford guilt right now. As the trench deepened, Harry moved to the forest edge and found vines. Thick, tough vines with small thorns. He pressed Predator onto them carefully, taking in just enough data. The vine's properties settled in his body like a new muscle. He pulled back and tried to replicate it. A thin rope of green vine formed from his slime, slick and alive. Rigurd stared. "You can make plants. I can copy what I eat," Harry said short. Veldora laughed inside him. "You are turning into a walking toolbox. Soon you will make a castle out of yourself." Harry ignored him and shaped more vines, then anchored them across the trench in loose loops, half buried in dirt. He positioned them where a wolf would land if it jumped. "Traps," Harry said. "They will tangle legs. Not forever. Just long enough." Rigurd's eyes flicked to the line of loops. "Smart," he said, voice grudging. Harry heard another goblin behind them whisper to a friend. The tone was awe and fear mixed together, like they were watching a disaster they hoped was on their side. They dug until the light faded. When night fell, the village went quiet in a way that made Harry's core tighten. Fires were reduced, smoke kept low. Children were pulled into huts. Goblins stood at the trench line with spears and shaking hands. Harry positioned himself at the center of the west line, where the trench was deepest. He anchored himself, half submerged in dirt so he would not slide. He stored water inside him, ready to compress. He kept the water blade concept ready, but did not form it yet. Rigurd stood a few steps to his right, spear lowered, shoulders tense. The chief stood to his left, club in both hands, breathing hard like it hurt. "Do they always attack at night?" Harry asked quietly. Rigurd's voice was rough. "Yes," he said. "They like fear." Harry's core twitched. "So do Death Eaters," he muttered before he could stop himself. Rigurd blinked. "Death Eaters." Harry did not answer. He did not have time to explain his old war. Not now. The first howl came from the trees, low, long, like a warning. Another answered from farther out, then a third, then a dozen, until the sound felt like it filled the whole forest. Goblins flinched. A child cried from inside a hut and was shushed. Harry felt the pack shift, forming a wide arc. They were not rushing mindlessly. They were positioning. Great Sage, Harry thought, jaw tight out of habit. "Tell me their leader." "Largest magicule mass approaching from the east line." Great Sage replied. "Alpha." "Secondary smaller but dense mass behind." "Pup." Harry's core tightened. "Pup." "Ranga." Harry did not let himself think about the fact that he might be about to kill someone's father. The wolves hit like a wave. They burst from the trees in a flood of dark fur and glowing eyes. They moved so fast that even Harry's sense had to scramble to keep up. Claws tore dirt. Breath steamed in the cold air. The first line of wolves tried to leap the trench. They misjudged it. 2 wolves landed on the vine loops. The vines snapped up and tangled their legs. They crashed into the berm with a heavy thud, snarling, biting at the vines. Goblins screamed and jabbed spears down. One spear hit a wolf's shoulder and slid off fur like it had struck leather. Another spear found an eye, and the wolf yelped and thrashed, blood spraying dark onto the dirt. Harry's core clenched at the sound. It was messy. It was real. A wolf lunged toward Rigurd, jaws wide. Harry compressed water and fired a shot into its chest. The impact knocked it back into the trench. It hit the bottom and sluckled, trapped by the depth. The goblin stabbed downward again. The wolf tried to climb, claws scraping. A spear pierced its throat. It gurgled and went still. Harry's stomach turned. He forced himself to keep moving. More wolves jumped. Some made it over, landing on the berm, snapping at goblins. The goblins broke formation fast, fear making them scatter. Harry shoved himself forward and formed the water blade. He swung it low, cutting into the legs of a wolf mid-leap. The cut was clean. The wolf hit the ground hard, yowling, then tried to drag itself away. Harry hesitated for half a second. The goblin chief did not. He stepped in and brought the club down. Bone cracked. The wolf went silent. The chief's hands shook. He stared at what he had done like he did not believe it. Then he looked up at Harry with an expression that was half terror, half gratitude. "Keep the line," Harry snapped. "Do not chase. Do not break." The chief swallowed hard and barked at nearby goblins. The goblins stumbled back into position, breathing hard, spears slick with sweat and blood. The fight dragged on, wave after wave. Harry's body heated from constant compression. His core buzzed. He felt his magicule flow strain. He pushed through it anyway, because he had seen what happened when you ran out of strength in the middle of a battle. You died. Your friends died. Everything ended. A wolf landed close, snapping at his slime. Its teeth sank into him. Harry felt the pressure and the pain flash. Then the teeth slid through his body like it was water, hitting nothing solid. The wolf jerked, confused. Harry surged up and slammed into its face, knocking it sideways. He turned Predator on and swallowed its head. The wolf's body thrashed for a second, then went limp. Harry pulled back, shaking, and forced himself not to spiral. He was doing it again, eating, killing in ways that felt too easy. Veldora's voice echoed from inside him, thrilled. "This is wonderful. Look at you. You are a battlefield." Harry wanted to scream at him. He did not waste breath on it. The wolves began to slow, not from fear, but from something like caution. They were testing the line now, looking for weak points, trying to find the gap. Then the alpha arrived. Harry felt him before he saw him. A huge pulse, dense and sharp, moving with controlled anger. The other wolves shifted around him like he was gravity. The alpha stepped out of the trees into the edge of firelight. He was massive, taller than the goblins, fur dark and thick, eyes bright gold. His mouth curled back to show teeth that looked too long. He did not rush. He stared at the trench, at the dead wolves, at the goblins shaking behind it. Then he looked straight at Harry. Harry felt something hit him. Not a physical strike. A pressure in his core, like the alpha's gaze was a weight. And beneath that weight, Harry felt another thing. A brand. It was not visible on fur. It was in the alpha's magicule flow, a dark knot wrapped around his core like chains. It felt wrong, familiar, like the residue around cursed marks. Harry's stomach dropped. Great Sage, he thought. That is it. That is the control. Confirmed, Great Sage replied. Mind control brand. Foreign signature. Similar conceptual structure to Imperious effect. Also linked to the mark you stored. Harry's core went cold. The alpha threw his head back and howled. The sound hit the forest like a command. The wolves surged again, harder, desperate, like they had been pushed. The goblins screamed. The line wavered. Harry shoved water shots into the front wolves, knocking them into the trench, buying seconds. He formed vines and slapped on loveless, dragging them down. He cut with the water blade, not aiming to kill, aiming to disable. It did not matter. Too many. Too fast. Rigard stumbled when a wolf landed on the berm and slammed into him. Rigard fell back, spear skidding across dirt. The wolf snapped at his throat. Harry launched himself forward and slammed into the wolf's jaw. Predator latched and pulled. The wolf's head dissolved into him. The body dropped on Rigard's legs. Rigard stared at Harry, eyes wide, breathing hard. Harry did not give him time. "Get up," he snapped. "Hold the line." Rigard's hands shook as he grabbed his spear again. He nodded once, stiff, then turned back to the trench, face pale. The alpha moved. He leaped the trench in one smooth motion, landing on the berm like it was nothing. Dirt sprayed. Goblins recoiled. Harry felt killing intent slam into him, sharp enough that his whole body tightened. Survivor trait screamed a warning in his core. The alpha lunged straight for Harry. Harry compressed water and fired, point blank. The water shot hit the alpha's chest and did almost nothing. The alpha barely shifted. His claws came down, ripping through Harry's slime, carving him open like he was soft fruit. Pain flashed through Harry, bright and hot. His body split, then reformed. His core wobbled. The alpha snarled and bit into Harry's mass. Teeth tore through him. Harry felt the pressure around his core and panicked for a split second. Not because it hurt, because he felt the brand in the alpha pulse, and he felt it try to reach, like it wanted to grab him too. Harry forced his focus inward. Ruler of the end, that heavy anchor flared in response. The brand's touch hit it and bounced back like it had struck stone. The alpha jerked, confused, then enraged. Harry snapped forward and slammed into the alpha's face. He tried to latch Predator onto the brand itself, to pull it out, to eat the control and leave the wolf alive. The brand fought him. It burned. It dug hooks into the Alpha's core. It dragged lasicles back into itself, resisting removal like a living curse. Harry pushed harder. His body heated. His core buzzed. His thoughts became a tight, ugly knot. He could feel the Alpha under the control. There was anger, yes, but there was also something else. Pain. Confusion. A shove against the chains. The wolf was not choosing this. Harry's mind flashed to imperious victims, blank eyes and forced smiles. He remembered how it felt to be controlled, even just by fear, by prophecy, by other people's plans. He hated it. The Alpha's claws ripped through Harry again. This time they hit closer to his core. Harry felt his slime jolt. His magical flow spiked, then dipped. His body shook. "Warning," Great Sage said. "You are approaching collapse threshold. The brand cannot be removed safely with current skill maturity. Recommendation: terminate Alpha. Break command chain." Harry froze inside his own head. Terminate? Kill him? Harry shoved the Alpha back with a surge of slime and water. He rolled away from the berm and landed on the trench edge, half over it. He reformed fast, his body wobbling like it wanted to spill apart. The Alpha paced along the berm, eyes locked on him. Salewa dripped from his mouth. The brand pulse tightened again, and the Alpha's posture changed, stiff and unnatural, like a puppet being yanked by strings. Harry's core tightened so hard it hurt. He did not have time to find a gentle solution. He did not have time to be kind. If he hesitated, goblins would die. If he hesitated, children in those huts would die. He remembered the forest. He remembered choosing to die so others could live. He remembered how clean that choice had felt compared to all the other messy ones. This was not clean. This was still a choice. Harry formed the water blade again, but he compressed it tighter than before. He forced it thin, almost invisible, like a line of pressure. His body shook with strain. The Alpha lunged. Harry moved in, not back. He slipped under the wolf's snapping jaws and drove the invisible edge upward. The cut was fast. A wet hiss. A clean slice through fur, flesh, bone. The Alpha's head separated from his body in one brutal motion. The head hit the dirt with a heavy thud. The body took 2 more steps, then collapsed. For a second, the forest went silent. Then the wolves froze. Every wolf in the clearing stopped moving. Their eyes flicked toward the dead Alpha. The pack's pulse, that unified pressure, shattered. A ripple went through them, and the brand pulse that Harry had sensed in the Alpha flickered, then snapped. Harry felt it like a cord breaking. The wolves did not rush, they did not attack. They backed away slowly, ears flat, tails low. A few whined, confused, like the command in their heads had vanished and left them hollow. One smaller wolf, younger, stepped forward hesitantly. His magical pulse was dense for his size. His eyes were bright and sharp, not blank. He looked at the dead Alpha, then looked at Harry. There was grief in his posture. Rage, too. But it was his own, not forced. Harry stayed still. His body trembled. The cut had been clean, but his mind felt dirty. The young wolf lowered his head. Not fully. Not submission like a pet. Something closer to recognition of power and a quiet plea not to kill more. Harry's core clenched. He could have wiped them out right there. The thought came and went, fast and ugly. It scared him that it even appeared. He forced it away. "Leave," Harry said, voice rough. "Take your pack. Go." The young wolf stared at him for a long moment. Then he turned and let out a low call. The pack responded, backing away, retreating into the trees in a scattered wave. Within minutes, they were gone. The clearing was left with torn dirt, broken spears, dead wolves, and goblins who looked like they had forgotten how to breathe. Harry stayed by the trench line, shaking, trying to steady his core. He felt magical exhaustion like a deep ache. He felt the rot he had absorbed earlier sitting heavy inside him. He felt blood on the ground, and it made his stomach twist. Rigurd stepped closer, careful, like he did not want to startle him. Rigurd's spear was bent. His hands were shaking. There was blood on his forearm, not deep, but enough to make him wince. "You," Rigurd whispered. He swallowed. "You killed the Alpha." Harry looked at him. He did not try to soften the truth. "Yes," he said. Rigurd's eyes flicked to the severed head, then back. "We live," he said, like he did not believe the words. The chief stepped up too, club hanging loose in his hands. His face was pale. His eyes were wide. He looked at Harry like he was staring at a flood that had decided to flow around him instead of through him. The chief swallowed hard. "Monster," he said again, but the word was different now. Less insult. More fact. More fear. Harry's voice came out flat. "Yes," he said. "I am." The chief flinched at the answer, like he had expected denial. Harry shifted slightly, anchoring himself in the dirt so he would not wobble. He forced himself to stay steady in front of them. If he looked weak now, panic would take over the village. They would turn on each other. He had seen it happen before, in different forms. He did not want to see it here. "Someone put that brand on the Alpha," Harry said. "Someone is controlling things in this forest. That sickness in your bodies, it is part of it." Rigurd's mouth tightened. "Ooh." Harry stared at the tree line where the wolves had vanished. He did not have an answer he could prove. Not yet. He had a symbol in his hallowed inventory, and a skeleton in a cave, and a brand that felt like Imperius wearing a different skin. He forced his thoughts back to what mattered right now. "First," Harry said, voice tight, "we handle the dead. We reinforce the trench. We post guards. We treat the injured. Then I look at the Alpha's body, and I figure out what that brand was made of." The chief's jaw worked. "You talk like a chief." Harry's core clenched. He did not want to be a chief. He did not want to lead anything again. Leading meant watching people die and pretending you were fine. He did it anyway. "I talk like someone who wants you alive in the morning," Harry said. Rigurd nodded slowly. "We follow," he said, voice rough. "We have no other choice." Harry looked at the village, at the huts, at the shadows where children watched through cracks in wood. He felt their fear. He felt their fragile hope. He hated that it was directed at him. "Do not worship me," he said quietly. "Do not call me savior. I am not here to be a god." The chief blinked. "What are you then?" Harry's voice came out small for a second. "Tired," he said. Veldora's laugh echoed inside him. That was almost poetic. "Try not to start crying in front of your new followers." Harry ignored him and slid toward the dead Alpha. The body lay on the berm, still massive even in death. Harry pressed his slime against the exposed neck and let his sense sink in. The magical flow was fading, but the brand residue was still there, like a scorch mark on a soul. He focused on it. The residue had a shape. A knot of dark intention wrapped around the core like a collar. It felt like someone had carved a command into the Alpha's essence and tightened it until it hurt. Harry's core went cold. This was wizard work, not a perfect match, not exactly the same, but the intent was too familiar. Control, domination. Use them as tools. Harry turned his focus inward and brushed the heavy anchor of ruler of the end again. He felt the echo of the brand's touch earlier, the way it had tried to hook him and failed. He whispered under his breath, "You tried." Recommendation, Great Sage said. Collect sample. Harry hesitated, then pressed Predator onto the residue, carefully, like he was touching a cursed object with gloves on. He did not eat the wolf. He targeted only the brand fragment. He pulled a sliver of it into himself, contained, isolated. The sliver burned cold in his core, like ice pressed against flesh. Harry pulled back fast and shook. Contained, Great Sage said. Analysis pending. Harry forced himself to breathe, even though breathing was just habit now. He looked up at the trees again. His sense caught something far out, not a wolf, not a goblin. A pulse that was too controlled, too still, like someone was hiding their presence. Then it was gone. Harry's core tightened. He did not tell the goblins. Not yet. Fear would break them faster than wolves. He turned back to the village and forced his voice steady. Move, he said. We work. No one sleeps until the trench is reinforced and the injured are treated. Rigard nodded and started barking orders. Goblins moved like they were still in shock, but they moved. Harry stayed near the trench line, watching the tree line, feeling his core ache, feeling the rot inside him, feeling the brand fragment like a cold thorn. He had won the fight. He had not won the war. Somewhere in the Jura forest, someone had watched a slime execute an alpha like it was nothing, then peel a piece of dark control magic off its soul, and that someone had left before Harry could catch them. Harry was halfway up a wooden post when the alarm thread snapped in his head. Not a bell, not a shout, a tight tug on a line he had built himself. He froze, slime clinging to bark, and felt the village through his ward net the way he used to feel Hogwarts through paranoia and habit. Heat signatures, legical question, lotion patterns, names on a mental map. Someone had crossed a boundary they were not supposed to cross. Great Sage, he thought, already moving. We're North Store Hut, Great Sage replied. No external breach. The signature originated inside. Harry dropped off the post and hit the mud with a wet slap. 2 goblins nearby jumped and nearly stabbed him on reflex.
Sorry,
Harry said quickly, voice still too wet for comfort. North Hut. Now. Rigard came running from the center clearing, spear in hand, eyes sharp despite the bruise-colored exhaustion still sitting under them. He had been sleeping in short bursts since the direwolf siege. Everyone had. The whole village moved like it was holding its breath. What is it? Rigard demanded. Harry did not slow. Something let. Inside the walls. Rigard's grip tightened. Inside, they reached the store hut in seconds. 2 guards were already there, trembling spears raised, blocking the entrance like they could stop fate by standing in a line. One is dead? One guard blurted. Just fell. Just dropped. Harry felt his core go cold. He slid past them into the hut. The air was thick with grain dust and damp wood. Sacks of dried roots were stacked against the wall. A clay jar had cracked near the doorway, spilling salt onto the floor like a pale scar. In the middle of it all, a hobgoblin lay on his back, arms bent at the elbows, fingers curled like he had tried to grab something that was left there. His eyes were open. There was no blood, no claw marks, no bruise that made sense, just a face locked in surprise, and a body that looked like it had forgotten how to be alive. Rigard sucked in a breath behind Harry. Hob, he whispered, voice cracking. That is Hobsu. Hobsu had been one of the first to change after Harry made his choice. After the siege, the village had not asked for a reward. They had asked for a name. Not because they wanted to be owned. Because they had seen what a name did to Harry. They had seen him take blows that should have ended him and keep moving. They had seen him cut the Alpha down like the world owed him space. They wanted to survive too. Harry had argued with himself all night before he did it. Veldora had laughed. Great Sage had been annoyingly practical. Rigurd had stood there, stubborn and scared, and said he would rather risk the backlash of being named than risk watching another child get torn apart in the mud. Harry had named them with his voice shaking. Not because he wanted followers. Because he could not stand the idea of leaving them weak. The change had been fast and ugly and beautiful. Bones stretching, muscles thickening, eyes sharpening, goblins becoming hobgoblins, and the village becoming something that could actually hold a line. Now, one of them lay dead like a candle that had been pinched out. Harry leaned closer and let his sense sink in. The body was warm enough to say it was recent. The magicules inside were not scattered like a normal death. They were still there, trapped in a tight stillness. Like the container remained, but the core had been scooped out. Harry felt the absence like a hole. Soul severed, he whispered. Rigurd went rigid. What? Harry did not answer right away. He studied the air around the corpse. There was a residue, thin and sharp, clinging to the wood and grain dust. It was not native. It did not feel like magicules shaped by instinct. It felt like intent, like a command carved into reality. Harry's stomach turned with an old memory. A green flash, a body dropping, no wounds, just gone. Great Sage, he thought. Tell me this is not what I think it is. Confirmed, Great Sage replied. The death mechanism is functionally identical to your former killing curse. The effect is soul-targeted. Rigurd swayed like he had been punched. A curse, he rasped. Inside our walls, Harry looked at the door. No broken latch, no sign of a struggle, no muddy footprints. Who was on watch? Harry asked. One of the guards swallowed hard. Me and Rieger, he said. We did not see anyone. We did not hear anyone. Hobsu came in to check supplies. He was talking, then he stopped. He just dropped. Harry's core tightened. What was he talking about? The guard's eyes darted. He said the water tasted wrong again. He said someone moved the clay stoppers. Rigurd's face twisted. The river? Harry's mind snapped back to Chapter 2, to the rot he had pulled out of bodies into a bowl like black vomit. Upstream contamination. Someone nudging the village toward weakness. He stared at Hobsu's dead eyes. Now it was not just contamination. It was targeted removal. A mole hunt. Harry straightened. Everyone out, he said. No one touches the body. Rigurd hesitated. We should bury him. We will, Harry said, voice tight. But not until I know what killed him. If we do this wrong, we bury more. Rigurd's jaw clenched. He nodded once, sharp. Harry slid out of the hut and into the open air. The village looked different in daylight now. Not a ring of weak mud huts huddled together. A rough palisade of sharpened logs circled the clearing. A ditch line, deeper and cleaner than the rush trench from the siege, cut the approach points. Vines and thorny growth, shaped by Harry's mimicry, curled in hidden loops under leaves like traps waiting to wake up. It was still primitive. It was also becoming a fortress, and someone was killing inside it. Harry felt eyes on him. Not one set, many. Goblins watching from doorways, from behind half-closed flaps of leather. Hobgoblins standing with new strength in their shoulders, and fear in the way their fingers gripped spears like they might snap them. A child peered from behind a hut and stared at Harry with too much trust. Harry hated that. He turned to Rigurd. Get everyone to the center clearing, he said. No one alone. No one goes to the river without a partner. No one touches the water stores until I check them. Rigurd's eyes narrowed. You think the killer is one of us? Harry did not flinch from the truth. I think the killer is in the walls. That means either someone is hiding in the village, or someone is using one of us like a glove. Rigurd's throat bobbed. Possession. Harry did not like that word either. It made him think of cursed diaries and voices in heads and a snake living behind his ribs. He forced himself to keep going. Pick 10 guards, Harry said, the calm ones. Not the loud ones. I want them spaced around the village. Quiet. Watching. Rigurd hesitated. We're not spies. You are now, Harry said. If you see anyone acting wrong, you do not confront them alone. You signal. You bring them to me. Rigurd looked like he wanted to argue. Then his gaze flicked back toward the store hut. He nodded. All right. Harry moved toward the riverside of the village, where the water jars were stored under a simple lean-to. The air here still carried the sick smell, faint but present, like something had been rotting just out of sight. He pressed his slime against the first jar and tasted the magical flow. The water was cleaner than it had been, but not clean enough. There was a thin impurity thread, like smoke trapped in liquid. Harry pulled a fraction of it into himself and isolated it. His core tightened around the cold taste. It was the same rot as before. Someone had been trying again. He checked the next jar, then the next. 3 were fine. 2 were tainted. One had a stopper that had been twisted a quarter turn loose. Harry felt anger rise hot and ugly, not because he cared about jars, because someone was poking at the village like it was a wound. Great Sage, he thought. Can you track who touched these? Yes, Great Sage replied. Residual magical traces remain on the clay stoppers. Multiple signatures. Most are village handling. One is distinct. It is masked. Masked. Harry swallowed. That was not goblin clumsiness. That was intent. He moved along the lean-to, following the faint trace like a scent trail. It led away from the water stores, toward the older section of the village, where the huts had been before Harry started reinforcing everything. The trace went under a hut flap. Harry stopped. He did not rush in. He anchored himself, checked his net. 2 signatures inside. One was stable and sleepy. One was restless. Harry signaled with a quick pulse through the ward net, a simple alert line that Rigurd and the chosen guards would feel like a tug if they were paying attention. Then he slid forward and pushed into the hut. A goblin blinked awake on a straw mat, confused. He was old, scarred, eyes cloudy. He clutched a small carving like it was a comfort charm. Sorry, he said. Stay still. I am checking something. The old goblin swallowed. Lord, he rasped. Harry hated that too. Not Lord, he muttered. Harry. The second goblin sat in the corner, knees pulled to chest, rocking slightly. Gotsu, he was not a fighter. He was a water carrier, one of the ones who had stayed quiet during the siege, and worked until his hands bled. He had been grateful when Harry pulled rot out of his sister's lungs. He had cried into the dirt when the fever broke. Now he stared at the wall, eyes wide and glassy. Harry's core tightened. Gobsu, Harry said softly. Look at me? Gobsu's head turned too slowly. His gaze landed on Harry, and Harry felt something in that gaze that did not belong. Not gratitude, something cold, something amused. Hello, Gobsu said. The voice was wrong. Not the words, the tone. Too calm, too clean. Harry stayed still. You are awake, he said. Gobsu smiled. Goblins did not smile like that. Not like a person who knew a secret. I am awake, Gobsu said. And you are not as subtle as you think. Harry's core throbbed. Who are you? Gobsu tilted his head. You already know, he said. You carry the mark in your little stomach vault. You are staring at it every time you try to sleep. Harry felt his magical flow spike. Rigurd's signature flared outside the hut, approaching fast with 2 more guards. Harry kept his voice steady. That ring is yours. Gotsu's smile widened. Not mine, he said. I am not attached to trinkets. But the one who died in the cave was useful. His soul screamed nicely when it went. Harry's stomach turned. That skeleton, Harry whispered. Gotsu leaned forward a little. The old goblin on the mat started trembling, eyes wide, sensing danger, even if he did not understand words. Gotsu's eyes flicked toward him, and for a second Harry felt the intent sharpen like a blade. Harry moved without thinking. He surged between Gotsu and the old goblin, forming a thick wall of slime. Gotsu laughed. Protective, he said. Still, even as a monster. Harry's voice came out low. Do not touch him. Gotsu's gaze slid back to Harry. You are bold, he said. Your soul is heavy. It does not like to be pushed. That makes you interesting. Harry felt the cold thorn of the brand fragment in his core pulse like it recognized the voice. Great sage, Harry thought. Is this possession? Confirmed. Great sage replied. A spirit class entity is anchored to the host. It is using the host's magical flow as a conduit. Harry forced himself not to show relief. Possession meant Gotsu was not choosing this. It also meant the enemy had a way into his walls that was worse than sneaking. Rigurd burst into the hut, spear raised. 2 guards followed, faces pale. Rigurd's eyes locked on Gotsu. Gotsu, he barked. What are you doing? Gotsu looked at him and smiled like a stranger wearing his skin. Chief, he said pleasantly. You have built such a cute little fort. Rigurd's spear shook. That is not Gotsu. Harry kept his voice tight and controlled. No, he said. It is not. Gotsu's smile sharpened. It is, he said. He is watching. He is screaming. He cannot move his mouth. He cannot make you hear him. Rigurd made a sound like he might vomit. One of the guards flinched hard. Harry felt anger rise again, hot and immediate. You like doing that, Harry said. You like making people feel helpless. Gotsu leaned back, relaxed. It is a tool, he said. Helpless creatures are easy to direct. Wolves. Goblins. Men, he remembered. Harry's core went cold. He remembered. He forced his voice steady. Why are you here? Gotsu's gaze went distant for a second, like he was listening to someone else. To prepare, he said. To soften. To make the village rot from the inside before the big mouth arrives and eats what is left. Veldora's voice echoed inside Harry, suddenly sharp. Big mouth. That smells like orcs. Harry ignored him and held the spirit's gaze. You killed Hobsu. Gobsu's smile faded. Yes, he said bored, and noticed the water. He spoke too loudly. He needed to stop. Rigurd's knuckles went white on his spear. Why? He rasped. He was just carrying sacks. Gotsu's eyes flicked to Rigurd with mild contempt. Because you started believing, he said. Because you started thinking a slime could make you safe. Faith makes people stubborn. Stubborn people do not break when you push. Harry felt the spirit's logic like a rotten mirror of his own soldier brain. Break morale. Break trust. Break the center. It was war tactics wearing a new face. Harry leaned forward slightly. You are not from this world, he said. Gotsu's gaze sharpened. Neither are you, he replied. The hut felt smaller. The air felt charged. Harry knew if he waited longer, the spirit would try to bolt, or try to kill the old goblin just to hurt Harry, or try to force Gotsu to bite his own tongue off. He needed to act. He also needed to do it without killing Gopsu. Rigurd, Harry said quietly. No stabbing. Rigurd stared. He killed Hobsu. I know, Harry said. No stabbing. Rigurd's jaw clenched hard enough it looked like it hurt. He nodded once, angry and miserable. Harry focused inward. Predator was a hungry mouth. He hated that. But it was also a precise tool if he forced it to be. He pictured the spirit as a parasite wrapped around Gopsu's core. He pictured peeling it off like a leech. He gathered will, tight and sharp. No, Harry whispered. He surged forward and wrapped Gopsu's torso in slime, pinning his arms and legs in one fast motion. Gopsu thrashed, and the old goblin screamed, scrambling back against the wall. The guards jumped, spears wobbling. Gopsu laughed even while struggling. Good, he hissed. Show me the monster. Harry clenched. I already am. He turned Predator on, but aimed it inward, not at flesh. At the anchor, a cold hook sensation caught. The spirit fought back instantly. Gopsu's mouth opened, and a sound came out that was not goblin. Not even language. It was a hiss that made Harry's core ache, like someone scratching glass inside his skull. The hut's shadows seemed to deepen. Rigurd flinched, eyes wide. What is that? A spirit, Harry said through clenched focus. Hold the old one. Keep him back. The guards rushed to the old goblin and shielded him with their bodies. Gopsu's eyes rolled back, then slapped forward again, now blackened at the edges like ink spilled into white. The spirit shoved against Harry's grasp. Harry felt it try to slide sideways, to escape through Gopsu's limbs, to jump to the nearest living thing. Harry's heart would have raced if he still had one. Great sage, he thought, strained. Containment. Deploying magical cage model, Great Sage replied. Harry felt the suggestion in his mind like a blueprint. He shaped a ring of compressed water and magicules around Gopsu's head and shoulders, not touching skin, but sealing the space, turning it into a closed circuit. The spirit slammed into the cage and recoiled, trapped. Harry tightened Predator again and pulled. For a moment, it felt like trying to rip wet cloth off raw skin. Resistance, stickiness, a screaming vibration. Then something tore free. A thin, twisting shape of dark magical mass surged out of Gopsu's chest like smoke being dragged through a straw. It thrashed in the air, trying to snap back into the host. Harry slammed the cage tighter. The spirit hit the barrier and splattered, reforming in a wething knot. Gopsu went limp in Harry's hold, breathing hard, eyes fluttering. Rigurd stared at the floating darkness like it was a nightmare made real. That was inside him. Harry's voice came out rough. Yes. The spirit reared, forming a vague face that was more intent than features. When it spoke, the words crawled into the air like worms. You think you saved him, it said. You did not. He will still fear you. They all will. You cannot wash the blood off your hands, boy. Harry felt something in him snap. Not rage, not a shout. A cold decision. He leaned closer to the cage. Tell me who sent you, he said. Tell me who is poisoning the river. Tell me who used the soul cut in the cave. The spirit laughed. You want answers, it hissed. So did the last one, he begged. He promised. He died anyway. Rigurd's spear trembled. One guard made a choked sound. Harry did not look away. Name, he said, voice flat. Give me a name. The spirit's face twisted, amused. You already know the name, it said. You used to whisper it in fear. You used to feel it crawl on your arm when the mark burned. Harry's core tightened around the memory of the wing. The spirit leaned closer to the barrier, like it wanted to breathe on Harry. He is not the same, it whispered, but he is still hungry. still spiteful, still obsessed with control, and he loves snakes. Harry's jaw would have clenched if he had one. "Say it," Harry said. The spirit's voice dropped into something that sounded almost pleased. "The serpent?" it said. The hut went silent. Rigurd swallowed hard. "The serpent," he repeated, confused. "What does that mean?" Harry stared at the spirit. In his old world, the serpent meant a house, a lineage, a man who thought blood made him king, a mark that burned into skin like ownership. In this world, the serpent was a shadow wearing goblin skin, poisoning rivers and turning wolves into puppets. Harry felt the two worlds slide together like broken glass. He forced himself to speak anyway. "It means this is not random," he said. "It means someone from my past is here, or someone who carries his idea." The spirit laughed again, and the sound made Gopsu flinch weakly on the floor. "Crush it," Vildora said inside Harry, suddenly impatient. "It is annoying." Harry agreed for once. He tightened the cage, compressing it. The spirit screamed, not with sound, but with pressure. The dark mass thrashed, trying to slip through any crack. Harry gave it none. He pushed Ruler of the End forward, that heavy anchor that had bounced the brand off him during the Alpha fight. He did not fully understand it, but he understood one thing. It was death shaped into a tool. Harry did not aim it at Gopsu. He aimed it at the spirit. The pressure in the cage spiked, then dropped. The spirit collapsed into ash like darkness being snuffed out. The hut's air felt cleaner instantly, like someone had opened a window in a room that had been full of smoke. Harry released Gopsu. Gopsu lay there breathing hard, eyes wet, face twisted in confusion and shame. He looked at Rigurd, then at Harry, and whispered, "I did not." Rigurd stepped toward him, then froze, torn between anger and relief. He glanced at Harry like he needed permission to be human. Harry hated that too. "He did not," Harry said firmly. "That thing used him." Gopsu's shoulders shook. He pressed his forehead to the dirt. "It hurt," he whispered. "It laughed. It made me watch." Rigurd's expression softened, ugly with guilt. He crouched beside Gopsu and put a hand on his shoulder, rough but steady. "You are alive," Rigurd said. "You will work again. You will eat. You will sleep. You will not be alone." Gopsu nodded, trembling. Harry watched them and felt something twist in his core. He had done an exorcism with a hungry skill and a death-anchored power, and the village was still trying to hold itself together with touch and words. It felt fragile. It also felt real. One guard cleared his throat, voice tight. "What about Hobsu?" Rigurd's eyes darkened again. The softness vanished like a door slamming shut. Harry looked toward the store hut in his mind. The dead hobgoblin with empty eyes. "We bury him before night," Harry said. "We keep watch in pairs. We tighten the net. No one goes near the water alone. And if anyone hears a voice that does not feel like their own, they come to me immediately." Rigurd nodded. "We will." Harry turned back to the spot where the spirit had died. There was residue on the air. Faint, thin, a scent trail, if you could call it that. It pointed north, out of the village, upstream. Harry felt his core go cold again. The serpent was not just inside his walls. It was moving around his walls like a hand testing for a weak plank. Great sage, Harry thought. Did it leave anything? Residual signature recorded. Great sage replied. It matches the fragment you collected from the Alpha brand. The controlling source is consistent. Harry swallowed. So the same enemy? Yes, Great Sage said. Also, the soul cut method is consistent with the cave death residue. Harry felt his slime body tighten. Rigurd stood and wiped his face with the back of his hand, like he was trying to scrub fear off his skin. "What do we do?" he asked. Harry did not answer with comfort. He answered with logistics. "We go upstream," he said. "Not now. At first light, we find the source, we shut it down, and we do it with guards who can keep their heads." Rigurd hesitated. "You will go alone?" Harry looked at him. "No," he said. "I will not. Not anymore." Rigurd's eyes widened, then narrowed. Who then? Harry thought of Dworgen, of metal, of allies who could build more than sharpened sticks, of information about spirits and curses that were not supposed to exist in this world. "We need dwarves," Harry said. "We need proper tools. We need someone who understands sealing and forging." Rigurd blinked. "Dworgen." Harry nodded. "Yes." Rigurd's face tightened. "It is far. We are weak. If you send a group, they might die on the road." Harry did not like it either. He made the choice anyway. "I will not send them blind," Harry said. "I will map the route. I will mark safe points. And I will give them a ward token tied to my net, so I can feel if something hits them." Rigurd stared. "You can feel that far?" Harry did not want to admit how much of this he was figuring out by force. "Maybe," he said. "We will see." Veldora laughed inside him. "You are building an empire," he said. "You were born for it." Harry shoved the voice away and focused on the present. He gathered Rigurd and 3 hobgoblins, including a young one with too much nervous energy who kept glancing at Harry like he expected a lecture. Gobda. Gobda had survived the siege by accident and cowardice and luck, and now he strutted around like he had planned it. Harry almost liked him for that. Almost. "I do not want to go," Gobda blurted when Rigurd told him. "Dwargon is full of tall people who look at you like you are stupid." Rigurd snapped. "You are going because you talk too much. And if you talk too much on the road, you might notice something before you die." Gobda's ears drooped. "That is horrible." Harry felt the village watching again. The fear, the hope, the weight of being the center, he hated it. He moved anyway. He pressed a small piece of slime into a flat disc and shaped it into a token, like a wax seal without wax. He embedded a thin ward thread inside it, linked to his net pattern. He handed it to Rigurd by sliding it onto the tip of Rigurd's spear. "Keep this close," Harry said. "If you are attacked, crush it." Rigurd frowned. "Crush. It will release a pulse," Harry said. "I will feel it. I will know where you are." Rigurd nodded slowly, then did something that made Harry uncomfortable. He bowed. Not dramatic, not worship. A leader showing respect to another leader. Harry did not know what to do with that. He settled for a nod back. Rigurd took his group and left before the sun fully rose. Harry watched them go until their signatures faded into the forest. Then he turned back to the village, to the palisade, to the net lines he had built like paranoia given shape. He tightened everything. He set new detection points near the water. He anchored a thread to the store hut where Hobsu had died, not because it would bring him back, but because Harry refused to let that space become normal. He pushed himself into work until the day blurred. When the burial happened, it was quiet. Hobsu was wrapped in cloth and laid into a shallow grave. The goblins did not have prayers. They had rough hands and tired eyes and words that sounded like promises made with broken voices. Harry stayed at the edge of the circle listening. Rigurd's sister, still pale from the rot, placed a carved wooden charm on the grave and whispered something that made her shoulders shake. Gobda sniffed loudly and tried to pretend he was not crying. He failed. Harry felt his core tighten again. He remembered too many graves. when the dirt was packed down and the village began to drift back to tasks, Harry slid away toward the river edge, alone for the first time all day. The water ran under trees, quiet, pretending it had never carried rot. Harry pressed himself into the bank and let his sense stretch upstream. He felt a faint distortion far away, like a whiz-lois electrical flow. He felt the serpent's residue like a whisper. He also felt something else, a pulse, a presence, controlled, watching, the same feeling he had sensed after the Alpha died. Harry went still. Great Sage, he thought. Do you feel that? Yes, Great Sage replied. Observation signature detected. It is retreating. It is avoiding your net. Harry's stomach turned. So it knows. It knows you are not native, Great Sage said. It knows you can interfere. Harry pressed himself lower into the mud, forcing his thoughts to stay practical. Can I track it? He asked. Not directly, Great Sage replied. It is masking through spirit form and host hopping. It is using the river impurity as a network. Harry stared at the water. A network. Like the diary had been a network. Like the mark had been a network. Like Voldemort had spread himself into objects and bodies and fear. Harry felt cold settle in his core. He whispered, You are doing it again. Veldora's voice floated from inside him, quieter than usual. You look like you want to break something, he said. Harry did not answer. He watched the water for a long moment, letting the sound of it fill his translated hearing. Then a faint tug hit his net. Not in the village. Farther out. A pulse like a quacked bell. Harry snapped upright. That is Rigurd's token, he whispered. Confirmed. Great Sage replied. Emergency pulse received. Distance medium. Direction west and slightly north. The signal is weak. It may have been crushed under duress. Harry's core tightened hard enough it hurt. The serpent had moved first. Harry turned toward the forest without thinking, already compressing water inside himself, already shaping his body for speed. He stopped for half a heartbeat and looked back at the village, at the palisade, at the huts, at the grave, at Gopsu sitting with his head in his hands, while another goblin kept a hand on his shoulder. So he did not fall apart alone. Harry made a choice that tasted like iron. He pulsed a warning through his net, a simple command that would tug at every guard thread. Lock down. Pair up. No one leaves. Then he launched himself into the trees. The forest swallowed him fast. The air got colder. The ground got rougher. His sense stretched forward like a hand. He found the trail where Rigurd's group had passed, faint but readable. Footfalls. Broken twigs, a lingering smell of sweat and fear. Then he found blood. Not much, a thin smear on a rock. Harry's core went cold. He moved faster. The further he went, the quieter the forest became. Birds stopped calling. Small creatures went still. The magical flow felt tense, like the air before a lightning strike. Harry reached a narrow ravine where the path dipped between stone walls. He felt the ambush before he saw it. A tight knot of hostile intent, pressed into the rocks like a spider waiting in a crack. Harry stopped just short of the ravine mouth and held still. Great Sage, he thought. What is in there? Multiple presences, Great Sage replied. 2 are goblin. 1 is dwarf. 1 is unknown spirit class. 1 is large mass. Orc. Harry's stomach turned. Veldora's voice sharpened. I told you. Big mouth. Harry did not respond. He compressed water until it hummed inside him. He shaped vines along his outer layer, ready to snap. He slid forward an inch and let his sense peek around the stone edge. Rigurd was on one knee in the ravine, spear planted, breathing hard. 1 hobgoblin lay face down beside him, not moving. Gobda was pinned against the rock wall by a massive hand. Not a wolf, a green-skinned brute with tusks and a mouth too wide, drooling like it was hungry. An orc. The orc's eyes were glazed. The same one glaze. The same brand feeling, thick and oily, wrapped around its core like chains. Gobda's eyes were huge with terror. He tried to speak, but the orc's grip tightened, cutting it off. Rigurd's voice was rough. "Run," he rasped to Gobda. "If you can, run." Gobda made a strangled sound that might have been a sob. Behind the orc, the air shimmered. A thin shadow shape clung to the stone like smoke, watching, amused. The serpent. It turned its attention, slow, and Harry felt it notice him. Even through masking. Even through distance. The spirit's voice slithered into the ravine, calm and pleased. He came. It whispered. The boy who dissolved. The boy who thinks he can stop hunger with rules. Harry's core went cold. He slid fully into view. The orc's head snapped toward him, nostrils flaring. Rigurd's eyes widened. "Harry," he breathed. "Do not. It is too big." Harry did not answer with reassurance. He answered with a flat, practical truth that made his own stomach twist. "I am not here to negotiate," he said. The serpent laughed, soft and ugly. "Good," it whispered. "Show me what you are." Harry turned predator on. Not at the orc, at the chain, at the brand. And as the orc lunged, Reincarnated with it like a toy, Harry felt the serpent's presence tighten like a fist. Ready to shove the world into another soul cut, ready to prove that the past had followed him all the way into this forest. Harry launched forward anyway. The orc came in low and fast, dragging Gobda like a sack. Harry launched forward and slammed into the orc wrist first, trying to force the grip open. The skin felt thick, rough, and hot with anger. Gobda wheezed, feet kicking uselessly, eyes wide with the kind of panic that made people forget how to move. Harry shoved water into a tight burst and fired it into the orc elbow. The joint snapped back with a wet crack. The orc roared and staggered, but it did not let go. Gobda choked out a noise that might have been "Harry, please," and Harry felt his core twist hard. He hated that the first thing he wanted to do was eat the whole arm and be done. Great Sage spoke in his head, calm and sharp. "The brand is active. The host is being driven. The spirit source is nearby." Harry did not answer. He compressed water again and fired a second shot into the orc chest, aiming for balance this time. The orc rocked back a step, then came forward anyway, tusks bared, eyes glazed, the brand knot pulsing in his core like a black heartbeat. The serpent voice whispered from the air, like smoke sliding through stone. "You cannot save everyone, boy. That is the lesson you never learn." Harry surged upward and wrapped his slime around Gobda first, forming a thick cushion and a sling. He yanked Gobda free with a wet pull, and Gobda hit the ground on his side and rolled, coughing hard. Rigurd shouted, voice raw, "Gobda, move. Get behind me." Gobda tried. He crawled, hands shaking, breath coming in broken pulls. The orc lunged again, now free to charge. It hit Rigurd's shoulder first and slammed him into the ravine wall. Stone cracked. Rigurd made a sound like pain punched all the air out of him. Then he forced himself upright anyway, spear wobbling. Harry hit the orc from the side and drove it toward the ravine floor. The orc claws raked through Harry, tearing grooves that closed again, but the pain still flashed through him bright and ugly. Harry felt his magical flow strain, his core tightening like a fist. The orc grabbed him, and for a second the pressure on Harry's core changed. The brand tried to reach again. It felt like a cold hook scraping along his existence, searching for a place to latch. Harry shoved ruler of the end forward on instinct. The hook slammed into something heavy and absolute inside Harry and bounced back. The orc flinched like it had been shocked. The serpent laughed, pleased. There it is. That stubborn piece. That refusal. Harry pushed harder. Predator, he thought, and forced the skill into a narrow bite. Not at flesh. At the brand. The orc roared and thrashed. The black knot resisted like it was glued to the soul. Harry felt the knot burn cold against his core, trying to poison him with panic and control. A voice inside him, Veldora, sounded excited and annoyed at the same time. Eat it faster. I am bored. Harry wanted to shout at him. He used the anger instead. He tightened Predator and pulled. The brand screamed without sound. The orc convulsed and slammed Harry into the stone wall. The impact rattled through Harry's mass and made his sense flicker. Harry felt dizzy. He felt the urge to spread out and go limp. Survivor flared like a slap. Not now. Harry shoved himself upright, reformed fast, and anchored his mass into the ravine floor so the next slam would not fling him. The serpent presence shifted closer. The air got tighter, like a ward closing. Rigard gasped. Harry, behind you. Harry spun his sense and caught the spirit shape clinging to the ravine wall, thin and dark, face only hinted by intent. It moved like it was sliding through cracks in the world. The spirit lifted something like a hand. Harry felt the incoming pressure before it landed. A clean-cut intent aimed at the center of him, the place where he held awareness and will. Soul cut. Harry shoved ruler of the end forward again, not as a wall this time, but as a hook of his own. It felt wrong. It felt like reaching for death and grabbing it barehanded. The two intents collided. For a second Harry felt his mind split into two streams. One stream was the ravine and the orc and Gobda coughing and Rigard bleeding. The other stream was a cold corridor with no light, a place where names were stripped away. Harry clenched down on himself and refused to let go. The soul cut slid off him like a blade hitting stone. The backlash hit the spirit instead. The serpent presence hissed, surprised, and retreated a fraction, like it had not expected resistance that was not just stubbornness. Great Sage spoke fast. Your anchor is functioning as a counter-curse. You can force the spirit into a stable shape if you provide a cage. Harry did not have time for perfect. He made a cage anyway. He pulled water from the air, from the damp ravine stone, from inside his own stored reserves. He shaped it into a ring, then another ring, then forced the rings to interlock into a tight spiral around the spirit's space. The spirit slammed into the ring and flickered. Harry lunged at the brand again. He pulled and pulled until something tore. A black thread snapped free from the orc core and whipped through the air like a living thing. The orc jerked, eyes widening in confusion, and for a heartbeat its gaze cleared. It looked at Harry, not as prey, not as a tool, as a person trapped in a body doing violence. The orc made a low sound, almost a question, and then the serpent force shoved again. The brand tried to reattach like a snake striking. Harry slammed his cage ring tighter around the thread and dragged it away. The thread thrashed against the barrier, burning hold, trying to slip through the smallest gap. Harry tightened his will until his core ached. Rigard staggered forward, voice hoarse. Harry, it is still moving. Harry glanced. The orc was still dangerous even without the brand for a moment. It shook its head, confused and enraged by pain, and raised a fist like it wanted to smash everything. Harry did the ugly thing. He formed the water blade, compressed until it hummed, and swung low across the orc knee. The cut was clean. The orc dropped with a roar that shook the ravine. It clawed at the stone, trying to crawl, tusks scraping, breath hot. Harry moved in and pressed a heavy mass of slime onto the orc's shoulders, pinning it. He did not kill it. Not yet. He turned back to the spirit thread trapped in his water cage. The serpent presence was still nearby, watching, amused again. You think you did something. It will attach to someone else. It always does. Harry stared at the spirit thread and felt his stomach twist. He could salice that. He could try to interrogate. He did not trust himself to do it gently right now. So he did what he knew. He contained it. He pushed the caged thread into his inner vault, the cold space he had learned to use like a pocket that could hold storms. He locked it behind ruler of the end like a door with a heavy bar. The pressure in the ravine eased slightly. The serpent presence flickered, annoyed now. Rigurd sagged against the wall, breathing hard, blood running from a cut at his scalp. Gobda crawled to his side and pressed shaking hands against the wound, trying to help. Harry slid toward them, forced his voice steady. Sit, both of you. Rigurd tried to stand straighter out of pride. Harry, I can still fight, Harry answered with blunt fear. If you fall over again, you will die. Sit. Rigurd swallowed and sat. Gobda sat too, trembling, eyes still huge. A groan came from the ground. The dwarf. Harry had not forgotten. He had been pinned under a fallen pack frame and a rock slab near the ravine edge. He was small compared to humans, broad-shouldered, beard dark with dust. His eyes were sharp despite pain. He coughed and spat blood into the dirt. This is a nightmare, he muttered. Harry moved to him. Great sage injury. Broken ribs, bruised lung, bleeding slow, stable as Asenwicklandit. Harry pressed himself along the dwarf's side, careful, and used slime pressure to hold the ribs in place. It was not healing. It was just support. The dwarf hissed and clenched his teeth. Harry kept his voice low. Breathe slow. Do not try to be brave. The dwarf barked a short laugh that turned into a cough. I am a dwarf. Brave is default. Gobda looked at the dwarf like he had never seen one up close. Are you from Dworgen? The dwarf spat again. Yes, I was. Before this green monster grabbed me. Rigurd looked at the orc, then at Harry. It is still alive. Harry glanced at the orc. The orc was pinned and bleeding, breathing hard, eyes less glazed now. It looked scared. Not of Harry, but of what it had done. The serpent voice whispered from the air again, softer. You are wasting time. Orcs are food. Goblins are food. The world is hunger. Harry felt anger rise. He looked toward the wall where the presence lingered and spoke into the air. You are not in charge here. The air went cold. Then the serpent presence slid back, retreating up the ravine like smoke being pulled away by wind. It did not vanish fully, but it moved out of reach. A promise. Not a surrender. Harry exhaled through habit and turned back to the living. We leave, Harry said. Now. Rigurd blinked. Leave where? Dworgen, Harry said. We need walls that are not wood. We need people who understand sealing. And we need someone who can look at this spirit poison without dying. The dwarf made a pained sound that might have been agreement. You are finally speaking sense. Gobda stared at the orc. What about it? Harry looked at the orc again. The orc eyes met his. There was pain there, confusion, shame. Harry did not have softness to spare, but he had enough to do one thing. He pressed a thin tendril of slime against the orc forehead and used predator like a needle, not a mouth. He pulled the last residue of brand out, the sticky fragments clinging like tar. The orc shuddered. Its breathing eased a fraction. Harry pulled back and let the orc go. Run, Harry said. The orc hesitated, then scrambled awkwardly on one damaged leg, dragging itself toward the trees. It vanished into the forest with a limp, leaving blood on stone. Rigurd stared at Harry, voice rough. You let it live. Harry answered honestly. It did not choose this. Rigurd did not argue. He just nodded once, and that nod looked heavy. Harry turned to the dwarf. Name. The dwarf grimaced. Kaijin. Harry stored it. Kaijin was a canon name. If Kaijin was here, Dworgen was close, and the timeline was shifting into the part where cities and politics and bigger problems started. Harry pressed a slime strap under Kaijin's arms and lifted him like a stretcher. Gobta helped, shaking but determined. Rigurd forced himself up with the spear as a crutch. They moved. Harry set the pace fast but not stupid. He kept water stored, vines ready. He watched behind them for the serpent presence. It did not attack again. That made Harry more nervous, not less. By the time they reached the first signs of Dworgen Road, Rigurd was swaying from blood loss and Kaijin was breathing shallow and tight. Gobta was pale and sweaty, but he stayed upright through pure stubborn fear. Harry felt his own exhaustion too. His magical flow buzzed like an overheated wire. His core ached from holding the spirit thread locked away. He kept moving anyway. Dworgen did not appear like a fairy tale city. It hit like a wall of reality. Stone gates. Metal guards. The smell of smoke and oil and sweat. The sound of hammers that never stopped. The air felt heavy with structured magical patterns, like wards built by people who knew what they were doing. A guard shouted as they approached. "Halt! Identify!" Harry stopped at the edge of the gate road and forced his voice steady. "My name is Rimuru Tempest," he said. "I need a healer for a dwarf named Kaijin. I have injured goblins. There is a spirit contamination threat in the great forest." The guards stared. One guard leaned forward, eyes narrowed at the slime, a slime talking. Another guard looked at Kaijin and swore under his breath. They opened the gate. They moved fast once they saw Kaijin. Orders snapped back and forth. People ran. A stretcher arrived. Kaijin was lifted away, still conscious enough to glare. "Do not let them put me in a cheap bed," he rasped at Harry. "I will remember," Harry answered. "I will find you." Rigurd and Gobta were pushed toward a side room where a healer waited. The healer was a dwarf woman with hard hands and tired eyes. She stared at the goblins like they were a problem, then saw their blood and stopped caring about politics. "Sit," she ordered. "Do not bleed on my floor." Rigurd tried to protest. She shoved him down with one hand. Gobta flinched and sat fast. Harry stayed by the doorway, watching, feeling out of place. He could sense the city around him like a dense hive of life. So many signatures. So many hidden rooms. So many eyes. He did not like crowds. The healer pressed cloth to Rigurd's scalp. "This will sting," she said. "If you scream, I will hit you." Rigurd managed a weak laugh and then winced. Gobta looked at Harry with desperate hope. "Are we safe?" Harry answered carefully. "Safer than the forest." "Not safe." Great Sage spoke. "Observation signature detected. It is faint. It is within city bounds." Harry core tightened. The serpent was here too. Veldora voice inside him sounded pleased. "A city. Food. Drama I approve." Harry ignored him and scanned the room again. The healer was focused. 2 guards were posted outside. The air carried disinfectant herbs and metal. Then a new presence brushed his sense. Human. Warm, but also burning, like a coal held inside a rib cage. Harry stiffened. A woman stepped into the hall outside the healer room. She wore a cloak that looked travel-worn. Her hair was dark, tied back. Her face was tired, eyes sharp with the kind of exhaustion that came from too many nights awake. Her magical signature was not like a normal human. It had a core of fire inside it, contained but restless. A demon? No. A spirit or an elemental bound. She looked toward Harry like she felt him watching. Then she frowned. Not at the slime. At the presence inside the slime. Veldora. Harry felt it when she did. Her attention tightened like a hand closing. She stepped closer, slow, measured. "You," she said. Her voice was quiet but firm. "What are you?" Harry answered with caution. "I could ask you the same," She did not smile. "My name is Shizuizawa," she said. "People call me Shizu." Harry felt the name hit like a memory he had not lived. The outline, the future he was sliding toward. The tragic hinge. He kept his voice steady. "Harry." Shizu looked him over, eyes narrowing at the way his slime held itself, the way his magicule flow moved. "You are not from here," she said. Harry hesitated. "No lies." He was too tired for lies. "No," he said. "Neither are you." Shizu's eyes flicked just a fraction. Like she had not expected that answer. She stepped closer again. The air between them warmed from her presence. Harry felt the heat and remembered fire in his old world. Fin fire. Burning buildings. A dragon in the sky of his mind. Shizu spoke. "You are carrying something dangerous." Harry answered. "Yes." She held his gaze. "Is it a true dragon?" Harry stayed still. He could deny. He could dodge. He chose the truth again. "Veldora is sealed inside me." Shizu's face went tight. Her hand twitched toward her chest, like she was bracing against a pain that lived there. "That name," she said. "That is bad." Veldora's voice echoed inside Harry, smug. "Oh, it is her. The masked lady. She smells like fire." Harry thought back at him, quiet. Veldora laughed softly. "I will be quiet when you grow a spine." Harry did not have time for that. Shizu watched Harry in silence for a moment, then spoke again softer. "Why?" Harry answered with blunt tiredness. "Because he named me. Because I needed to survive. Because I did not know the rules." Shizu's eyes flicked to his core, like she could see the anchor inside him. Her expression shifted, not pity, not fear, something more complicated. "You look like a boy who has already died," she said. Harry felt his chest tighten even without lungs. He forced out, "I did die." Shizu went still. Then she nodded slowly. "I understand," she said, and her voice carried the weight of someone who actually did. The healer inside the room barked at Gauda to stop shaking. Rigard groaned as cloth pressed into his cut. Harry did not move away from Shizu. He did not know why. Maybe because she did not look at him like a god. She looked at him like a problem and a person at the same time. Shizu asked, "What happened to those goblins?" Harry answered, "Orc attack, spirit control. Someone from my past is poisoning the great forest." Shizu's eyes narrowed. "Someone from your past?" Harry nodded. "I found a body in a cave. Soul cut, a mark, then an alpha brand, then possession." Shizu's face tightened at the word possession. She took a slow breath, and Harry felt the fire inside her flare and settle again like something caged. "You should not say that casually," she said. "Spirits cling. They do not let go. And if you anger the wrong one, it will burn everything you care about." Harry heard the personal edge in that warning. He asked carefully, "Are you bound?" Shizu did not answer immediately. Then she said, "Yes, and I am running out of time." Harry felt his core twist. Great Sage spoke quietly. "The entity inside Shizu is a high-grade fire spirit. Demon class. It is consuming her life." Harry kept his face steady. "Can I help?" Shizu looked at him like he was too young to offer that. "You cannot fix this," she said, "but you can listen." Harry nodded once. Shizu gestured toward the corridor. "Walk with me. Away from ears." Harry glanced toward Rigard and Gobda. Rigard met his gaze and nodded, even though he looked pale. Gobda looked terrified to be left alone. Then the healer snapped at him, and he focused on not dying. Harry followed Shizu into the corridor. They moved through dworgen-like shadows in a bright place. The city was loud, but in the hallways behind guild doors it got quiet. Stone walls held the heat. Lantern light flickered. The smell of metal and oil clung to everything. Shizu spoke without looking at him. "You are different from the other monsters I have met," Harry answered. "That is not a compliment." Shizu made a small sound that might have been laughter. It is not meant as one, she said. It is meant as a warning. Monsters that pretend to be human hurt people worse than monsters that admit what they are. Harry swallowed. I do not pretend. Shizu stopped and turned to face him fully. Her eyes were tired but sharp. Then show me, she said. Harry did not understand. Shizu stepped closer, slow, careful. She raised a hand, stopped just short of touching him. May I? She asked. Harry blinked. Consent? In the middle of all this, it hit him like a kindness. Yes, he said. Shizu's fingertips touched his slime gently, like touching water in a bowl. The contact sent a small ripple through Harry's body. It also sent a ripple through Shizu's core. The fire inside her flared, hungry. Harry flinched, instinct screaming. He pulled back half an inch. Shizu withdrew her hand immediately. Sorry, she said. It reacts to strong magicals. Harry steadied. It is fine. Shizu shook her head. No, it is not. It never is. She stared at him for a long moment, then spoke quietly. I was summoned, she said. Not by choice. I was a schoolgirl. Then I was thrown into a war I did not understand. I became a container, a weapon, a warning. Harry felt cold settle in his core. He said softly, I know what it is like to be used. Shizu's eyes flicked. Do you? Harry did not do speeches. He did not do philosophy. He did simple truth. I was raised to die for other people's plans, he said. I did it. Then I woke up as this. Shizu breathed out, slow. That is a familiar shape, she said. A life that keeps being decided by others. Harry felt his throat tighten. He wanted to mention Hermione and Ron. He wanted to mention Graves and Green Light. He did not, because he did not trust his voice to stay steady. Instead, he asked, Why are you telling me? Shizu looked at him like the answer was obvious. Because you are carrying a true dragon, and you are still trying to save goblins, she said. That means you will walk into danger, even when you should not. I need to know what kind of person you are before I decide if I can trust you with something. Harry's stomach turned. Trust me with what? Shizu's eyes softened just a fraction. With my end, she said. Harry went still. No, he said immediately. Do not ask that. Shizu did not flinch. I am not asking you to kill me in an alley, she said. I am asking you to be honest. If it comes, if the fire inside me quakes, if Ladillan takes control, will you stop it even if it hurts me? Harry felt his core tighten hard. He answered slowly. Yes. If you tell me you want that. If you are conscious. If you choose it. Shizu stared at him. Then she nodded once, like she respected the conditions. Good, she said. You are still a boy, but you are not stupid. Veldora's voice inside Harry sounded amused. She is flirting with you, you know. Harry thought back. Shut up. Veldora laughed. I am helping. Harry ignored him and watched Shizu sway slightly, just a small loss of balance. Are you all right? He asked. Shizu clenched her jaw. Fine. Harry did not believe her. He moved closer anyway, not touching, just close enough to catch her if she fell. Shizu noticed and did not pull away. That was its own kind of permission. She spoke again, quieter. The fire spirit inside me is called Ifrit, she said. It is strong. It is angry. It wants freedom. Harry nodded. Great Sage told me. Shizu blinked. Great Sage. Harry hesitated. It is a skill, he said. It helps me analyze. Shizu studied him. Then she said, almost gently, You are building a system around yourself so you do not drown in fear. Harry felt exposed, he answered. Yes. Shizu looked away. I did that too, she said. Then the system became my cage. Harry did not know what to say to that. He stayed quiet. Shizu continued. I can feel something in you, she said. Something like a scar, but not on your body. On your soul. Harry's core tightened. The anchor. He asked carefully. What does it feel like? Shizu's voice was low. Like the end of a story, she said. Like a door that refuses to close. Harry swallowed. That is accurate. Shizu steps Soldalia Len slup like she was fighting an urge. Her eyes were bright with fatigue and something sharper. I have a request, she said. Harry waited. Shizu spoke. Let me see, she said. Not your memories in detail. Just enough to understand what you are carrying. If I am going to trust you, I need to know what kind of death you survived. Harry felt cold rush through him. He did not want anyone inside his head. Then he remembered Gopsu crying on the floor, whispering it made me watch. He remembered how he had hated that cruelty. Shizu was not asking to hurt him. She was asking to understand. He nodded once. How? Shizu lifted her hand again. We touch, she said. We breathe. We let the spirits talk. The corridor will open on its own. Harry did not like the word corridor. He said anyway. All right. Shizu placed her hand on his slime again, gentler than before. Harry focused on steadying his magical flow so he would not trigger Ifrit. He shaped his mask to support her palm like a warm surface. Shizu closed her eyes. Harry did too, even though it made no difference. Then the world shifted. Harry felt a corridor open behind his thoughts, like a hallway made of pressure and memory. He felt Shizu's presence step into it careful, and he felt his own dragged along with her. Images flashed. A cupboard under stairs, dark and cramped. A boy listening to footsteps above. A long table in a castle, candles, laughter that did not include him. A green flash tearing through smoke and screams. A dead body on stone. Shizu flinched in the corridor, her presence slightening. Harry felt her memories brush against him in return. A classroom in Japan, sunlight on desks, a girl turning her head at someone calling her name. A summoning circle, voices chanting, heat and panic. A demon fire roaring inside her ribs, burning her from the inside out while men in armor called it glory. Harry felt his core ache. The corridor deepened. Harry felt Shizu step closer in it, not physically, but in understanding. He felt her pain and loneliness like a weight. He did not want to take it. He did anyway, because that was what listening meant. Then he felt something else in the corridor, Ifrit. It was a presence like a furnace behind a door, pushing, furious. It noticed Harry and lunged toward him through the corridor, like it wanted to burn his anchor and break free. Harry shoved ruler of the end up like a shield. The furnace hit the shield and recoiled, snarling. Shizu gasped aloud in the hallway. Her hand tightened on Harry's slime. Her breath hitched. Harry opened his eyes and saw her face pale, sweat at her hairline. Stop, Harry said fast. Stop, you are hurting. Shizu shook her head, breathing hard. No, she whispered. I needed to know. Harry felt his own exhaustion spike. His magical flow buzzed. He pulled away gently, breaking contact. Shizu swayed. Harry caught her, not with arms, but by shaping his slime into a supportive brace at her side. He held her steady. Shizu looked at him, eyes bright. You were a child, she said, voice rough. They made you fight anyway. Harry swallowed. Yes. Shizu lifted a shaking hand and touched his slime again. Not for the corridor, just a small touch. I am sorry, she said. For what they did. Harry felt something crack in his core that had been tight for too long. He answered quietly, Me too. They stood there like that for a moment, both breathing too fast, both trying to stay upright. Then Shizu did something that surprised him. She leaned forward and pressed her forehead against the smooth surface of his slime, like she wanted the contact without heat. Her eyes closed. Harry froze. He did not move away. Shizu whispered, barely audible. You feel safe. It is stupid, but you do. Harry did not trust the word safe. Not anymore, he said anyway. You can stay here a minute. Shizu laughed weakly. That sounds like an offer. Harry felt his face heat in a body that had no skin. It still happened. He hated it. Shizu pulled back slightly, eyes searching his. Then she asked, careful, "Can you make yourself warm?" Harry blinked. "Warm," Great Sage answered before he could. "Yes. Heat regulation via magical vibration is possible." Harry focused. He let his slime temperature rise just enough. Not hot, not cold, something like a blanket warmed by a fire that had died down. Shizu sighed, a small sound of relief that made Harry's throat tighten. She looked up at him again, and her gaze was different now. Less guarded. More human. "You are lonely," she said. Harry tried to deny it. "It failed," he answered. "Yes." Shizu nodded. "Me too." There was a pause. Not awkward. Heavy. Harry heard the distant city again. Hammer sounds, footsteps, voices. Life going on while they stood in a corridor space between wars. Shizu spoke first. "I do not have many days left," she said. "Maybe weeks. Ifrit is getting stronger." Harry felt his stomach twist. "There has to be a way." Shizu shook her head. "There is. It is ugly." Harry did not like where this was going. Shizu continued anyway. "A slime can absorb spirits," she said. "A slime can contain Ifrit. A slime can contain me." Harry went still. "No," he said. Shizu's eyes held his. "Yes," she said. "If I am absorbed, I do not die the same way. I become part of something else. I become carried, not burned." Harry felt the idea hit like a punch, eating a person. Holding a person inside him like a vault. He had killed with Predator. He had eaten beasts. He had contained Veldora prison. This was different. This was a human life, he said, voice rough. "That is not romance. That is a coffin." Shizu's expression softened, sad. "It is a choice," she said, "my choice. And I would rather be carried by someone who still tries to save goblins than be used by another army." Harry felt anger wise. Anger at the world. Anger at how often the answer was sacrifice. He said low, "I am tired of people asking me to carry their deaths." Shizu nodded slowly. "I know," she said. "That is why I am asking you now, while I can still ask. While I can still say please instead of being forced into it." Harry stared at her. He saw the tiredness, the pain, the fear she hid under discipline. He also saw something else. Trust. It was fragile. It was dangerous. Harry did not deserve it. He wanted it anyway. He stepped closer, just enough that Shizu could feel the warmth he had made. He shaped his slime to support her hand again. He said carefully, "If you choose it, I will not refuse. But I will not do it tonight. Not in a hallway. Not when you are scared and shaking. We find a better plan. We talk to Kaijin. We talk to your allies. We do it with consent and time." Shizu stared. Then her shoulders loosened like she had been holding herself up with stubbornness alone. "Thank you," she whispered. Harry felt his throat tighten again. Shizu hesitated, then lifted her face toward him, eyes searching. "Can I?" she asked. Harry blinked. "Can you what?" Shizu swallowed. "I want to kiss you," she said, voice steady even though her hands shook. "Not because it fixes anything. Because I want one thing that is mine." Harry froze. He had kissed before. He had kissed in stolen moments, in war breaks, in quiet rooms that felt like they might not exist tomorrow. He also knew how bad it felt when someone used affection like a chain. So he answered like a person, not like a story. "Yes," he said, "if you want to. And if you stop the moment you do not." Shizu's eyes softened. "I will." She leaned in. It was gentle, not hungry, not dramatic. Her lips touched the warm surface he shaped into a mouth line, and Great Sage adjusted the sensory mapping so it felt real enough for Harry to understand it. It was strange and soft and sad at the same time. Harry kissed back as best he could, careful, steady, not trying to make it bigger than it was. Shizu pulled away first, breathing hard, cheeks flushed from heat and exhaustion. She gave a small, shaky smile. "That was terrible," she said. Harry felt a weak laugh bubble up. I do not have practice as slime. Shizu laughed too, then coughed, and the laugh turned rough. Harry steadied her again, warmth holding her up. Then the fire inside her flared, Ifrit pushed. Shizu's eyes widened. Her hand clutched her chest. Her breath hitched like she had swallowed smoke. Harry felt the furnace pressure spike and slam against his sense through the corridor echo. Great Sage spoke fast. The fire spirit is reacting to emotional stimulation. Stabilization required. Harry tightened his magicule flow, tried to cool the air around Shizu, tried to dampen the flare without touching the bound spirit directly. Shizu gritted her teeth. It is fine, she lied. Harry answered. It is not. He leaned closer and spoke softly, like he was talking to a frightened child in a war zone. Look at me, Harry said. Breathe with me. Slow, Shizu tried. Her breath came in sharp pulls, then slowly steadied. The furnace pressure eased a fraction. Shizu swallowed hard. I hate it, she whispered. I hate being owned by fire. Harry felt his core twist. He answered quietly. You are not owned by it, not tonight. Shizu's eyes met his. Then the corridor tugged again, not from Shizu, not from Ifrit. From the spirit thread locked inside Harry Vault. It pulsed like it had heard Shizu's name, like it had tasted the city. Great Sage spoke, voice low. Contained spirit fragment is reacting. The serpent influence is nearby. It is attempting resonance through the bound fire spirit. Harry went cold. Shizu saw his expression change. What? She demanded, voice sharp. Harry answered with blunt truth. The serpent is here, and it just noticed you. Shizu's face went hard. That name again. Harry nodded. It is the one controlling wolves and orcs. It uses spirits. It uses possession. And it can soul cut. Shizu swallowed. Then it is aiming at me, she said. Because Ifrit is a door. Harry did not like the accuracy, he said tight. We need to move. Somewhere warded. Somewhere sealed. Shizu took a shaky breath and forced herself upright. Kaijin, she said, find Kajin. He will have a workshop medal. Seals, he owes me. Harry blinked. You know Kajin. Shizu gave a grim smile. I know many people. I have been running a long time. Harry turned, ready to move, when Shizu grabbed his slime gently. Harry, she said, if it comes, do not hesitate. Ifrit cannot be allowed to burn the city. Harry's throat tightened. He nodded once. I will not. Shizu let go. They moved. Dwarven corridors blurred as they went, stone and metal and heat. Harry kept his sense spread wide, hunting for the masked observation signature. He felt it. Far. Then closer. Then gone. A game. They reached a door marked by heavy ward patterns carved into metal, the kind of craft that felt like a promise. Shizu knocked once, sharp. A voice inside barked. Who? Shizu answered. Open. Now the door opened. A dwarf with suit on his face stared out, then his eyes widened when he saw Shizu, and widened again when he saw a slime beside her. By the forge, he said, stunned. What did you drag in? Shizu stepped inside and Harry followed, and the door shut behind them with a heavy sound that felt like a seal. Harry turned and saw the room fill with faint black smoke at the edge of his sense, like a smile forming in the corner of the world. The forge door slammed behind Harry and Shizu, and the air punched him with heat and metal stink. A furnace glowed in the back like it was angry, and a half-finished blade sat on an anvil with orange light crawling along the edge. The dwarf who had opened the door stood in the doorway with a hammer in hand, blinking like he had just been asked to babysit a disaster. Harry did not get time to explain anything. The black smoke he had felt outside curled up from the stone floor near the furnace. Thin at first, then thicker, like it had been waiting for Shizu to step inside a sealed room. It moved wrong, not like normal smoke. It slid toward her chest, and Harry felt that furnace pressure in her ribs jump hard. Shizu sucked in a breath and went stiff. "No," she said, voice light. "Not here." The dwarf took one step back. "What is that?" he demanded, voice cracking with anger. "Did you bring a curse into my shop?" Harry pushed himself between Shizu and the smoke, slime body spreading wide on instinct. "Get behind the anvil," he snapped at the dwarf. "Now." The dwarf stared like he wanted to argue. Then the smoke snapped toward Shizu again, and he finally moved. He ducked behind the anvil, hammer still in his grip like it could solve demon smoke. Shizu grabbed her own chest with both hands, her jaw clenched. "It's pulling," she rasped. "It's trying to use him." Harry felt it too. The spirit thread he had locked away in his hallowed inventory pulsed like a cold thorn, and the pulse answered the fire inside Shizu. It was like the serpent had found a door and was leaning on it. Great sage, Harry thought, already compressing water inside himself. "Tell me what I'm looking at." "Spirit class contamination," Great Sage replied. "Resonance with the bound fire entity inside Shizu. The hostile spirit is attempting to trigger an uncontrolled release." Shizu's eyes flicked to Harry. "Ifrit," she said through her teeth. "Stay back if he comes out. He doesn't care who he burns." "I'm not staying back," Harry said, and his voice came out harsher than he meant. He forced it lower. "Tell me what you need." Shizu shook her head once sharp. "Space," she said. "Cold. And don't let that smoke touch me." Harry shoved his body forward and fired a compressed water shot into the smoke. The water tore through it, scattering it into thinner wisps, but the smoke reformed fast, clinging to the air like it was alive. The dwarf swore behind the anvil. That did nothing. It slowed it. Harry snapped back. "That's all I need." The smoke lunged again. Harry formed a reflective barrier on his slime surface, a tight hardening with a bounce attribute, and slammed into the smoke like a shield. The smoke hit him and recoiled, but the impact made Harry's core ache, like he had just blocked a curse with his ribs. Shizu staggered. Her breath hitched. The heat in her chest surged again, and Harry heard a low laugh that was not hers. A voice like a furnace opening. "Ah," it rumbled, deep and pleased. "Freedom?" Shizu's face went pale. "No," she whispered. "Not yet." Flames burst from her shoulders like they were ripping out of her skin. Harry felt the air go hot enough to sting, even as slime. The forge light turned harsh and flickery, shadows jumping across stone. The dwarf screamed and scrambled back, still behind the anvil but now pressed flat, like he wanted to become part of it. Shizu's eyes went unfocused, and when she looked at Harry again, it was not Shizu looking, it was Ifrit. Ifrit smiled, teeth bright in a face that was not fully hers anymore. "You," it said, voice thick with hunger. "You carry a dragon, and you smell like death." Harry's stomach twisted. His instinct screamed to run, but there was nowhere to run without letting a demon burn a city. He pushed the fear down and spoke like he was talking to a dangerous Cuisinart. "I'm not here to fight you," he said, even though his body was already preparing to fight. Ifrit laughed. "Liar," it said. "Everything fights me." The smoke curled around Ifrit's feet, feeding the flames. Harry felt the serpent influence in it, like a hand stirring the fire just to see who would scream first. Harry did not waste time. "Stag," he said aloud, voice shaking, and forced a memory into the spell shape. Not a long memory, just a clean one. Ron laughing in the common room with chocolate on his face. Hermione's hand squeezing his wrist, like she was saying, "Stay here." Ginny leaning in and kissing him, like she had decided fear could wait. Light slammed into the forge. A white stag burst out of Harry's magical flow, hooves hitting stone with a crack like glass snapping. It was not poetic. It was bright and solid and moving like it wanted to hit something. The stag lowered its head and charged straight at Ifrit. Ifrit's smile vanished. Flames flared, and a wave of heat rolled forward. The stag did not stop. Light slammed into fire, and the contact made a sound like screaming metal. Harry shoved himself in behind the stag, using it as a moving shield. His reflective barrier took the edges of the heat, but his core still felt the pressure. He felt his magical flow strain. He smelled his own slime starting to dry at the surface. Ifrit swung a flaming arm. The hit smashed into the stag's side and made the light flicker. But the stag held, teeth bared like a real animal, not a pretty symbol. Harry fired water again, not at Ifrit's face, but at the floor. He flooded the stone under Ifrit's feet, then compressed the water into ice-cold pressure, trying to yank heat out of the air. It helped for half a second. Ifrit snarled and stomped. The water boiled in an instant. Steam slammed into the ceiling and filled the forge with wet heat. The dwarf behind the anvil coughed so hard he almost dropped his hammer. "I'm going to die," he wheezed. "I'm actually going to die." "Stay down," Harry barked. Ifrit lunged at Harry, faster than Shizu's body should have been able to move. Flames stretched from its fingers like claws. Harry twisted Slime-Lodsen, and the claws tore through him, splitting his mass. Pain flashed bright. Then the split sealed back up, but Harry still staggered from the shock of it. Survivor kept him together. It did not make it feel good. Ifrit leaned in close enough that the heat made Harry's sense wobble. "You regenerate," it purred. "That means I can burn you longer." Harry's voice came out low and ugly. "Try." He snapped a vine bind from his slime, a thick green rope that whipped around Ifrit's wrist and yanked. It did not hold. Ifrit's heat burned the vine in a blink, and ash rained to the floor. Harry's stomach dropped. He was outmatched in raw power, so he did what he always did when he was outmatched. He got mean. He shaped his reflective barrier tighter and rushed forward like a battering ram, slamming into Ifrit's chest hard enough to knock Shizu's body back a step. The impact made Shizu's ribs creak. Harry heard it and flinched, then shoved that feeling away because stopping meant dying. "Shizu," he shouted, forcing the name into the room like a rope. "Fight him. You hear me. Fight him." For a heartbeat, Shizu's eyes flickered, and Harry saw her in there, scared and furious. Her mouth opened like she wanted to answer. Then Ifrit laughed again and shoved her down, and Shizu's face went blank. The smoke surged behind Ifrit like it was clapping. Harry felt something snap in him. Not a big speech, not a vow, just a shock, cold anger at the idea of someone taking another person's mouth away. He shoved ruler of the end forward, not as a weapon yet, but as a lock. He aimed it at the smoke, at the serpent residue feeding the fire. The pressure hit the smoke, and for a second it recoiled like it had been slapped. Ifrit's flames flickered. That was the opening. Harry drove the stag in again. The stag slammed into Ifrit and pinned it against a forge pillar. Light pressed into fire, forcing it back, forcing it to shrink. Ifrit snarled, and the heat spiked again. The pillar started to crack. The furnace in the back roared like it was excited. Harry's core buzzed overloaded. He could not hold this for long. Great sage, he thought, strained. Options. Absorption is viable. Great sage replied. You can consume the fire spirit and the host together, stabilizing them within the hallowed inventory space. Risk is high. Consent required for host survival stability. Harry's head jerked toward Shizu. She was still pinned in Ifrit's control, but her eyes flickered again like she felt Harry's intent. Harry's voice broke. "Shizu, listen to me. I can carry you. It's ugly, but you won't burn to ash. Do you want it?" Shizu's mouth moved. Ifrit tried to laugh through her lips. Then Shizu pushed hard, and for 1 second the fire shifted and her voice came out, rough and real. "Yes," she gasped. "Do it." Now, Harry's stomach twisted with horror and relief at the same time. He did not hesitate. He snapped Predator on and lunged, wrapping his slime around Shizu's whole torso like a blanket, sealing her from the air, sealing Ifrit with her. Ifrit roared and flames surged inside Harry's body, and the pain hit so hard Harry nearly lost focus. It felt like swallowing a furnace. It felt like his core being pressed between 2 stones. The stag staggered, light flickering, then reared and drove its antlers into Ifrit's aura one last time, forcing it inward. Harry pulled. Shizu's body dissolved into him. Ifrit fought, thrashing in a space that was suddenly too small. The fire raged inside Harry, trying to burn out through his surface. Harry hardened his barrier, locked it, and shoved the fire deeper into the hallowed inventory, into the quiet corridor space he had been shaping for weeks without admitting it. He built the soul corridor like a room, not pretty, just functional. A floor, a sense of boundaries, a place where Shizu could exist without being torn apart. He shoved Ifrit into a separate chamber, sealed tight with ruler of the end like a door slammed and barred. Harry's body convulsed. He hit the forge floor with a wet slap. Then the wetness pulled inward, shrinking, compressing. His shape twisted like it was being remade with rough hands. Something inside him clicked, and suddenly he had lungs again. Harry sucked in air and choked on smoke and metal smell. His throat burned. His eyes stung. He coughed hard and rolled, hands slapping stone hands. He froze. His hands were real. He stared at them, shaking, skin, fingers, nails. There was soot on the knuckles already, and a thin smear of blood from where he had hit the floor too hard. The dwarf behind the anvil made a strangled noise. "What?" he whispered. "What are you?" Harry tried to stand and almost fell, legs wobbling like they belonged to a newborn deer. He caught himself on the anvil edge, palms pressing into cold metal. He felt wrong and right at the same time. Taller than a goblin, not fully Shizu, not fully his old body, a blend. His hair was darker than he remembered. His face shape felt unfamiliar in the air, and the mask Shizu had been wearing lay on the floor near his knee, scorched at the edges but intact. Harry stared at the mask, breathing too fast. "Shizu," he whispered. No voice answered out loud, but inside him, in that corridor space, he felt her. Not talking, not awake, just there. Warm in a way that made his chest tighten. Great Sage spoke in his head, calmer now. Stabilization achieved. Mimicry human form acquired through host assimilation. It paused, then added with a tone like it hated being soft. "The host soul is preserved." Harry exhaled hard, then realized he was shaking, whole body trembling. He pressed his forehead against the anvil for a second, like he needed something solid. The dwarf crawled out from behind the anvil, still clutching the hammer. He pointed it at Harry like it was a wand. "Where is the woman?" he demanded. His voice cracked halfway through. "Where is Shizu?" Harry swallowed. His throat felt raw. "She's alive," he said, and his voice sounded like his but older and rougher. "She's inside me, sleeping." The dwarf stared like he wanted to call that insane. He looked at the scorched floor, the cracked pillar, the wet ash where smoke had been. Then he looked at Harry again, and his anger drained into exhaustion. "By the forge," he muttered. I hate my job." Harry bent down and picked up the mask with shaking fingers. It was warm from the fight, and it smelled like smoke and sweat. He stared at it, then at his hands again, then at the door. He could not stay here. Not with the serpent watching, not with Ifrit raging behind a locked door inside his chest. "Is there a back exit?" he asked the dwarf. The dwarf jerked his chin. "Side door," he said. "Alley, guards patrol." "Why?" Harry's voice came out flat. "Because someone is hunting me, and they just tried to use Shizu as bait." The dwarf flinched. "Who?" Harry forced a breath, steadying himself. "A wizard," he said. "From my world. He uses soul killing. He uses control." The dwarf stared. "That means nothing to me." Harry nodded once. "It means I'm leaving." He pulled the mask on. The inside smelled like Shizu. That hit him so hard he nearly ripped it off again, but he forced it down. This was not the time to fall apart. The moment the mask settled on his face, something in his magicule flow shifted. It was subtle, like a tension sliding off him. Like a confundus effect without words. Exactly the kind of trick he would have used as an auror when he needed people to look away. He hated that it felt natural. He turned to the dwarf. "Thank you," he said. The dwarf snorted. "I did nothing." "You didn't run?" Harry said. "That counts." The dwarf stared for a second, then waved the hammer like he was shooing a fly. "Go before you bring another demon into my shop," he snapped. Harry did not argue. He shoved the forge door open and slipped out the side exit into cold air. That felt like a slap after all that heat. His legs still felt weird. Every step was too heavy, like gravity had decided to be personal. He forced himself to move anyway. By the time he reached the outer roads, the day had shifted. The sun was lower. The city noise blurred behind him. He kept his sense spread wide, hunting for the observation signature that always seemed to be one breath away. He felt it once, faint, like a thumb quests against the back of his neck. Then it vanished again. Veldora's voice rolled through his head, pleased. "You finally look less pathetic," it said. "You have arms. That will make murder much easier." Harry clenched his jaw. "Shut up." Veldora laughed. "You are wearing a mask. You are walking away from a city after eating a woman and a demon. This is the part where you pretend you are still the good boy." Harry's stomach flipped. He tasted smoke. "I didn't eat her like food," he hissed. "She chose it. And you liked that she chose you," Veldora said, smug. Harry's face heated under the mask. "Stop talking." Great Sage cut in crisp. "Host emotional stability is compromised. Recommendation: reach allies before fatigue creates mistakes." Harry forced himself to focus. Allies meant Rigard. The Goblin Village, the only place that felt like it had a line he could hold. He moved fast. He did not run the whole way. He did not waste time on step-by-step travel either. He pushed his body into slime bursts when he needed speed, then reformed human when he needed control. It felt disgusting and efficient at the same time. By late evening, the trees of the great forest swallowed him again. The Goblin Village lights appeared through branches like little sparks of life. The palisade looked stronger than last time. Spears were better made. The trench line was cleaner. Someone had been working while Harry was gone. A guard called out from the wall. "Who?" Harry stopped at the edge of torchlight. "It's me," he said. The guard hesitated. "That's not you." Harry pulled the mask up just enough to show his mouth, then pulled it back down fast. "Still me," he said. "Open." There was a scramble, whispers. A gate creaked. Rigard ran out from the center clearing, bandage still on his scalp, eyes wide. He stopped dead when he saw Harry's human shape. "What?" Rigurd breathed. "How?" Harry's throat tightened. He wanted to say Shizu. He wanted to say Ifrit. He wanted to say I'm sorry and I'm not okay. He picked the practical answer. "Long story," he said. "I need water. And I need to talk to you alone." Rigurd nodded fast, still staring like Harry might melt back into slime any second. "Yes," he said. "Yes." "Come." They moved into the chief hut, and the moment the flap closed, the smell of smoke and sweat hit Harry like a memory. The hut was cramped. A crude map was scratched into the dirt. Spears leaned against the wall in a neat row now, which made Harry's chest tighten for a stupid reason. Rigurd gestured at a stool, then realized Harry could actually sit now and looked mildly offended by reality. Harry sat anyway. His legs shook. His hands shook too. He hid it by gripping his knees. Rigurd stood by the door, spear in hand out of habit. "Tell me," he said, voice rough. "Are you hurt?" Harry swallowed tired. He said, "And I think the serpent is close." Rigurd's face darkened. "We felt something," he admitted. "2 nights ago. A shadow at the river. It left when the guards shouted." Harry nodded once. "It's testing you." Rigurd stepped closer. "And you," he said. "You look like a human. But you smell like magic. You smell like a dragon." Harry flinched. "Yeah," he said. "That's still a problem." Rigurd opened his mouth to ask more, but a shout cut through the village outside. It was not panic yet. It was sharp and urgent. The kind of voice that means something is stepping over the line. Rigurd's head snapped toward the flap. What now? Harry's danger sense punched him in the gut. He stood too fast, and his knees almost buckled. He caught himself on the table edge. Breathing hard. "Outside," Harry said. They burst out of the hut and into the clearing. Torches threw shaky light across the trench line. Goblins and hobgoblins were gathering with spears and clubs, eyes wide, faces tense. Someone pointed toward the trees at the east approach. 6 massive figures stood just beyond the torchlight, half in shadow. Ogres. They were taller than any goblin, broad and heavy, with skin like stone and eyes like storms. They held weapons that looked handmade but deadly. One carried a massive blade that glinted red in the torchlight. A woman with pink hair and a grin too sharp rested a huge sword on her shoulder like it was nothing. Another figure was quiet, hooded, standing a step back, watching with eyes that missed nothing. They did not charge immediately. They stared. The ogre with the red blade stepped forward, jaw tight. "You," he said, voice deep and controlled. "Masked Majin." Harry's stomach dropped. The mask. Harry's hand went to his face on instinct. He felt the edges. He felt the confundus pull, the way attention slid off him. But the ogres were still locked on like they had been trained to see through it. Rigurd's spear shook. "Majin," he whispered to Harry, confused. "What does that mean?" "It means they think I destroyed something," Harry muttered. The ogre leader lifted his blade slightly. "You killed our village," he said, voice hard. "We tracked the smell of the one who did it. We tracked it here." Harry took 1 step forward, hands open. "I didn't kill your village," he said. "I've been protecting this one." The pink-haired ogre snorted. "Liar," she said. "Majin lies. Majin hides. Majin eats." Rigurd flinched at that word like it was a punch. The quiet hooded ogre spoke, voice low and calm. "He smells different," he said, "but the mask is the same." Harry's chest tightened. Shizu. They were smelling her mask. They were smelling the fire. They were smelling what he carried. The leader's eyes narrowed. "Show your face," he demanded. Harry shook his head. "No," he said. Not for you. Not with weapons out. The pink-haired ogre stepped forward, grin widening. Then we take it. Rigurd raised his spear and shouted at the guards. Hold the line. Hobgoblins shifted into position, but Harry could see the fear. These were not wolves. These were not orcs. These were trained killers. Harry's instincts screamed to end it fast. He refused. He lifted his hands and hardened his skin into a reflective barrier. The Protego idea shaped into TENSURA mechanics. A shimmer formed around him, faint but real, like a layer of glass. Stop, Harry said. I'm not your enemy. The ogre leader did not answer with words. He charged. The first hit was a blur of steel and muscle. The blade came down toward Harry's head. Harry raised his forearm, barrier flaring. The blade slammed into the barrier with a crack that made the torches flicker. The force shoved Harry back 2 steps, boots skidding in dirt. His arms shook, pain shot up his bones. Actual bones now, which was a fresh kind of awful. Harry gritted his teeth. Yet he panted. Okay, that's strong. The leader swung again, faster. Harry twisted, barrier catching the edge and throwing the force sideways. The reflection attribute kicked in, and the blade bounced back enough to jerk the ogre's wrists. The ogre's eyes widened for half a second, surprised. Harry used that surprise. He slammed a burst of magicules into the ogre's grip, an Expelliarmus concept. It was not a spell. It was a disruption, a clutch to the flow of strength. The ogre's fingers spasmed. The blade slipped. It did not fall fully. The ogre recovered fast and yanked it back. But it was proof. Harry could stalemate. The pink-haired ogre laughed and jumped in, swinging her own blade from the side. Harry snapped his barrier wider, catching both impacts, arms screaming with strain. His legs shook. Sweat ran down his spine under the mask. Rigurd shouted behind him, Harry, move. I'm moving. Harry snapped, and his voice cracked. The quiet hooded ogre slipped in low, faster than the others, blade angled for Harry's ribs. Harry barely caught it, barrier flaring, but the tip still cut into his side, drawing blood. Harry gasped. It hurt. It hurt in a way slime injuries never had, and his body did not like it. His breath hitched. His hands shook harder. The hooded ogre stepped back, eyes narrowed like he had just learned something important. He bleeds, he said. The pink-haired ogre's grin sharpened. Good, she said. Then we can kill him. Harry's stomach turned. He forced air into his lungs, forced his thoughts practical. He could end them. He had Predator. He had Black Lightning. He had a dragon. He did not want to do that in front of goblins who already feared him. He threw a vine bind instead, thick and fast, wrapping around the leader's ankles. The leader snarled and tried to cut it, but Harry anchored the vine to the ground and yanked. The leader stumbled. Harry slammed a water shot into the leader's chest. The impact knocked him back a step and bought Harry space. Listen, Harry shouted, breath ragged. I did not destroy your village. Someone is controlling monsters in this forest. Someone is using dark magic. The pink-haired ogre paused mid-swing, eyes flicking. Dark magic. She repeated like it tasted familiar. The leader recovered and raised his blade again. We saw it, he growled. We saw the mask, cold eyes, fire. Harry's chest tightened. That wasn't me, he said. That was a demon or a spirit or a wizard messing with you. The quiet hooded ogre shifted his stance, attention sharpening. Wizard, he echoed, and his voice went colder. Human wizard. Harry's mouth went dry. Yes, he said. A human wizard. The leader's blade wavered for the first time. Not lowered, just less certain. Then a green flash cut through the tree line. Harry's entire body locked up. He knew that light. He knew it in his bones. He knew it in the way his stomach dropped like he was 16 again and about to die on stone. The curse screamed through the air, aimed past Harry, aimed at the ogre leader's heart. A perfect shot. A sniper shot. Rigurd screamed. Behind you. The ogre leader's eyes widened, confused, and he turned just enough to see it coming. Harry moved without thinking. He threw himself into the path of the curse. The green light hit his chest. For a split second, Harry felt that old unraveling, that cold scrape along the soul, trying to find the link between life and body and cut it clean. Ruler of the End answered. The curse smashed into the anchor and broke apart like glass hitting stone. Green sparks flared and died on Harry's skin. He stumbled back, breath ripping out of him, heart hammering. He was alive, again. Harry lifted his head slowly. The tree line shifted, and a figure stepped out of shadow like he had been waiting for applause. He wore robes that were not quite right. Stitched to Lika lef ida cloth. The mask was not the exact same either, but it was close enough to make Harry's stomach twist. A skull shape. A snake curve. A mockery of home. The man lifted his wand and laughed. You, he said, voice warm with hate. The boy who lived. Finally, Harry's hands started shaking so hard he could not hide it. His breath came fast. Sweat ran into his eyes. He blinked hard. Rigurd's voice came out behind him, terrified. Harry. Who is that? Harry did not answer Rigurd. He stared at the man with the wand and felt something inside him go quiet. Not calm, cold. The sniper tilted his head. You stole my toys, he said. You broke my brands. You ripped my spirits apart. Do you know how long it took to make monsters obey a proper blood order? Harry's throat felt tight. He whispered. The man's smile widened. Good, he purred. You remember? Rigurd made a confused sound. The always shifted. Weapons half raised, not sure which enemy to pick. Dolohov lifted his wand again. I thought you'd stay a blob, he mocked. But look at you. Pretty little mask. Pretty little body. Still a problem. Harry's vision tunneled. He heard Ron laughing in his head, distant, like a memory. He heard Hermione yelling his name. He smelled smoke from the great hall. He tasted blood. Then he saw green light again, and something slapped. Harry's voice came out low and shaking. You don't get to do that here. Dolohov laughed. Oh yes I do, he said. There are no Aurors, no Dumbledore, no prophecy. Just monsters who want a leader. Harry's hands clenched into fists. Veldora's voice rolled through his skull, suddenly sharp with excitement. Yes, it said. That is it. Give me the anger. Give me the storm. Harry felt it. A pressure behind his ribs, like a thundercloud building inside a cage. Veldora's chaotic energy pressed against his magical flow, begging to be used. Harry did not reach for a wand. He reached for electricity. He reached for the idea of Stupefy turned lethal, of lightning turned into judgment. Black lightning, Harry said, and his voice sounded like it was coming from somewhere deeper than his throat. Power ripped through him. It was not normal lightning. It was dark, dense, and hungry, like electricity with teeth. It crawled over his arms, snapping and hissing, and the air smelled sharp and burned. Rigurd cried out and stumbled back. Harry, stop. Harry did not stop. He raised his hand and pointed at the tree line where Dolohov stood. Dolohov's smile faltered for the first time. He lifted his wand fast. Protego, he snapped. Harry's black lightning hit the barrier. The barrier shattered like it was thin glass. Dolohov's eyes went wide. The lightning slammed into him in the ground, and the trees around him in one brutal strike. A tree line exploded into dirt and splinters and smoke. The sound cracked through the clearing like a storm tearing the world in half. Harry felt the recoil in his bones. His arm went numb. His chest tightened. He nearly fell. He forced himself upright. When the smoke cleared enough to see, Dolohov was not standing anymore. He was on the ground, half buried in torn earth. Robes burned, mask cracked. His one hand twitched, fingers spasming. He was alive, but barely, and the smell of burned flesh made Harry's stomach flip. The ogres stared, frozen. The pink-haired ogre whispered, voice small for the first time. "What was that?" Harry walked forward. He did not rush. He did not run. He walked like he had decided something and did not care who saw it. Rigurd grabbed his arm from behind. "Harry," he pleaded. Don't do something you'll regret." Harry yanked his arm free, shaking. His voice came out flat. "I already regret breathing," he said. "Move." Rigurd flinched like he had been slapped. He backed off, eyes wet, but he did not try again. Harry reached the crater edge and looked down at Dolohov. Dolohov coughed and laughed, blood in his teeth. "There," he rasped. "That's the look. That's the same look you had when you walked into my curses at Hogwarts." Harry's breath hitched. His hands shook harder. Dolohov's eyes flicked to the ogres. "See," he croaked, voice rising. "He's a monster. He just hides it. He will eat you too." Harry's jaw clenched. He bent down, grabbed Dolohov by the front of his burned robe, and dragged him out of the crater like dead weight. Dolohov groaned, coughing, legs useless. The ogre leader stepped forward, blade still in hand but lowered. His eyes were locked on Dolohov now, not on Harry. "You," he said, voice thick with rage. "That smell. That curse. You are the one who sent the orcs." Dolohov wheezed out a laugh. "I sent everyone," he sneered. "You're all meat. You just don't know it." The leader's hands tightened on his blade, knuckles white. The pink-haired ogre took a half-step closer, teeth bared. The quiet hooded ogre's eyes were flat and murderous. Harry's voice cut through them cold. "His mine." Rigurd whispered, horrified. "Harry." Harry did not look back. He stared at Dolohov and felt the sickness in his gut rise higher. He felt bile hit his throat. He swallowed it down once, then failed the second time and bent over, retching into the dirt. Nothing pretty came out. Just spit and stomach acid and a harsh cough that made his ribs hurt. Dolohov laughed anyway. Harry wiped his mouth with the back of his hand, breathing hard. His eyes stung. His hands still shook. Then he made the choice. He turned predator on. Dolohov's laughter cut off. "No," he rasped, suddenly scared. He tried to crawl away with his elbows, dragging his broken body through dirt. Harry grabbed his ankle and held him in place. "You don't get to leave," Harry said, and his voice sounded thin, like it might crack. "You don't get another body. You don't get to hide in another monster." Dolohov's eyes went wide. "You think you're better," he spat. "You're doing it too." Harry's breath shook. "I know," he said. "That's why I'm ending you fast." Dolohov opened his mouth to curse again. Harry swallowed him. It was not clean. It was not instant. Dolohov screamed as he slid into slime, hands clawing at Harry's arms, nails scratching skin. Harry felt it all. The pressure, the panic, the heat of a living body being taken apart by a skill that did not care about mercy. Harry's stomach flipped again. He gagged, eyes watering. But he did not stop. He forced Predator to finish. Dolohov's struggling slowed. His scream cut off. His body dissolved into data and hate and memories. Harry stumbled back, hand pressed to his mouth, breathing hard. He fell to one knee in the dirt and shook like he was freezing, even though sweat was running down his spine. Rigard stepped forward, voice shaking. "Harry, are you okay?" Harry tried to answer. He could not get the words out. Great Sage spoke in his head, calm and brutal. "Memory acquisition in progress." Harry squeezed his eyes shut. Dolahov's memories hit him like a fist. A river-ruined base with stone pillars. A table covered in bones and carved marks. A bowl of black sludge that looked like the rot Harry had vomited into that wooden bowl. Except this sludge was made on purpose. Dolohov laughing while wolves tore at goblins. Dolohov testing a brand on an orc and smiling when it obeyed. Then the Wuskwa. Dolohov watching the ogres from a distance, masked and hidden, feeding them lies about a Majin, pointing them at the goblin village like they were a spear. Harry's stomach lurched again. He opened his eyes and saw the ogres staring at him like he was a nightmare. The pink-haired ogre's face was pale. The quiet hooded one looked like he wanted to kill Harry and also like he wanted to kneel. The leader's blade was lowered now, his shoulders tense, eyes flicking between Harry and the crater and the place Dolohov had been. Rigard stood a few steps behind Harry, spear still up but trembling. Harry forced himself to stand. His legs wobbled. He steadied, breathing hard, blood still drying on his side where the hooded ogre had cut him. He pulled the mask up enough to show his mouth again, voice rough. "Now," he said, and he sounded tired and angry and sick all at once. "Now we talk." The ogre leader swallowed. "Who are you?" he demanded, but the demand sounded weaker than before. Harry's hands shook. He curled them into fists to hide it. "Harry," he said. "Harry Tempest. And that man was Antonin Dolohov. He's the one who poisoned the forest. He's the one who sent orcs. He's the one who used that curse." The pink-haired ogre's eyes flicked to the burned tree line. "That green curse," she whispered. "That was his." Harry nodded once. "Yes." The quiet hooded ogre stepped forward, voice low. "We were manipulated," he said, and it sounded like it hurt him to admit it. "We lost our village. We chased the wrong enemy." The leader's jaw clenched hard. "He used us," he growled. Harry stared at them through the mask, chest still tight, stomach still churning. He wanted to collapse. He wanted to sleep for a week. He wanted Shizu's hand on his face again, warm and steady. Instead he said, "You're not leaving," he told them. "Not tonight. Not until we decide what comes next." The leader's eyes narrowed. "You think you can order us?" Harry's voice went quiet. "I think you can either join the people who are trying to survive," he said, "or you can walk back into the forest and get branded again by the next wizard who smiles at you." The leader flinched. The pink-haired ogre's grin was gone now. The quiet hooded one looked away, jaw tight. Rigard stepped up beside Harry, spear still trembling but held firm. "They saw the truth," he said, voice rough. "They can choose now." Harry glanced at Rigard, and his chest tightened in a different way. Rigard was scared of him. He could see it in the way Rigard kept a careful distance, like Harry might snap again. Rigard still stood beside him anyway. Harry took a shaky breath and forced his voice steady. "We move inside," he said. "All of us. We keep weapons down. We treat injuries. Then we talk about why a Death Eater thought this forest was his playground." He turned and started walking back toward the village gate. Behind him, the ogre leader hesitated. Then he followed. The village gate creaked open under torchlight, and Harry walked in first because everyone was watching him anyway. His legs still felt heavy, like his body had not decided which world it belonged to. Sweat chilled on his back as the night air hit him, and the cut on his side burned every time he breathed. Rigard stayed a half step behind him, spear lowered but ready. Gopta hovered near Rigurd like a frightened shadow, eyes darting between the ogres and Harry, like he expected the ground to open. Benimaru stepped through the gate next, tall and still, his blade lowered but not sheathed. Xian followed with her sword resting on her shoulder like it did not weigh anything, but her eyes were sharp now, not playful. Sui drifted in last, hood up, quiet and flat-eyed, scanning the palisade and the trenches like he was mapping where everyone would die if this turned bad. The hobgoblins on the walls did not relax. They did not cheer. They watched like people who had learned that miracles can bite. Harry stopped in the center clearing and lifted both hands, palms open. "No weapons raised," he said, voice rough. "If anyone wants to kill someone, they do it later when I'm not bleeding in the dirt." A few hobgoblins flinched at the bluntness. Rigurd swallowed and barked orders, and the line steadied. Benimaru looked around the clearing, at the mud huts reinforced with sharpened logs, at the cleaner ditch line, at the wine traps tucked under leaves. His jaw tightened. "This is not the village we saw burning," he said. Xian's eyes flicked to Harry's mask. "That mask is," she said. Harry did not touch the mask. His fingers were still shaking from what he had done to Dolohov, and he did not trust himself not to whip it off and scream. He forced his breath steady. "The mask belonged to Shizu," he said. "She's not dead. She's inside me." Silence hit the clearing like a wall. A goblin dropped a spear and scrambled to pick it up again, hands trembling. Someone whispered a prayer under their breath, and it sounded scared. Xian's grin vanished fully. "You ate her," she said, and the disgust in her voice was real. Harry felt heat flash up his neck under the mask. "She chose it," he said. "I asked," she answered. "If it tried to break free in Dwargen and burn a city, I didn't have a cleaner option." Benimaru's eyes narrowed. "Ifrit," he repeated, and his tone changed. Less anger. More recognition. Sui's gaze stayed fixed on Harry. "Your scent is mixed," he said. "Dragon, fire, death, and something else." Harry's stomach tightened. "A curse," he said. "From my world. A wizard used it here." Rigurd stepped forward, voice shaking but steady. "He stopped the curse," he said to the ogres. "It hit him and he lived. Then he ended the wizard." Benimaru's grip tightened on his blade. "Ended," he said. Harry's mouth went dry. The memory of Dolohov clawing at him was still stuck in his skin, like dirt you cannot wash off. "Yes," Harry said. "I ended him. He was going to keep body hopping and turning monsters into puppets." Xian's eyes flit to the tree line. "Where is his body?" she asked. "There isn't one," Harry said, and forced himself not to flinch from the truth. "I used Queditor. Let did it." The clearing shifted. Hobgoblins leaned back. A few goblins looked like they might bolt. Rigurd's shoulders tensed, and Harry felt the distance open between them again, a tiny step that felt like a crack. Benimaru stared at Harry for a long moment, then looked past him at the village. "You protected them," he said, and it was not praise. It was a fact. Harry exhaled hard. "I tried," he said. Sui's voice stayed calm. "The one who destroyed our village wore the mask and moved like a Majin," he said. "It could have been an illusion. It could have been a puppet. It could have been the same spirit method you described." Harry nodded once. "He manipulated you," Harry said. "He wanted you to hit this village. He wanted me to waste strength on you. He wanted everyone to fear the mask." Xian's jaw clenched. "That's disgusting," she said. Benimaru's eyes narrowed. "We need proof," he said. Harry swallowed, then nodded. "I have his memories," Harry said. not all enough. He had a base near a ruined river, stone site. He made black sludge on purpose. He used spirits as hooks. He branded wolves and orcs. He watched your village from a distance and pointed you at me. Sui's head tilted slightly. "Show me," he said. Harry hesitated. Letting someone look inside his head still felt like letting someone grab his throat. Then he remembered Shizu's careful hand and her asking first. He remembered Gobsu crying and saying it made me watch. Harry looked at Sui. "No forcing," he said. "You step in, you take what you need, and you step out. If you push, I push back." Sui's gaze did not change. "Agreed," he said. Benimaru stepped closer too, hand still on his blade but not lifting it. "I will witness," he said. "If you are lying, I will cut you down." Harry did not argue. He deserved that threat. He closed his eyes, breathed slow, and opened the corridor space inside himself the way Great Sage had taught him to do, without admitting it was teaching. He built the boundary first, like a room with a door. He held the lock of ruler of the end ready, not as a threat, but as a safety line. "Now," Harry said. Sui's presence slipped in first. It felt like cold water on a bruise. Benimaru's presence followed, heavier and hotter, like standing near a forge. Harry fed them a single chain of moments, not the whole meal. A ruined stone site by a river, a table of bones, a carved mark like a snake's skull, a bowl of black sludge bubbling, Dolohov's face smug and cruel, watching orcs kneel, a spirit thread sliding into a goblin like smoke into lungs. Dolohov pointing at the ogres from a tree line, whispering about a Majin with a mask. Sui's presence went still, sharp. Benimaru's presence tightened, rage turning hot and focused. Harry closed the corridor fast and opened his eyes. Benimaru's jaw was clenched so hard it looked painful. "He used us," he said, voice low. Xian's hands shook on her sword. "I want to rip his throat out," she snarled. Harry's voice came out flat. "Too late," he said. "I already did what I did." Xian stared at him, then looked away, jaw working like she wanted to hate him but could not pick the right reason. Sui's voice stayed quiet. "The base you saw," he said. "Describe the route." Harry wiped sweat off his upper lip. "North of here," he said. "Upstream from the river that feeds this village, there is a ravine and stone pillars." It felt like a place used before, like an old ritual site. Sui nodded once. "I can find it," he said. Benimaru looked at the goblins on the walls. "We cannot leave this place unguarded," he said. "Orcs will come. The forest is already unstable." Harry's stomach tightened again. Orcs. The word carried weight in this world. It was not a random raider. It was an event. Great Sage spoke inside his head. Orc army probability increased. The removed controller was not the only vector. There is a larger command source. Harry felt cold settle in his ribs. Dolohov was not the final hand, Harry said out loud. Rigurd's eyes widened. "Then who?" he asked, voice tight. Harry swallowed. "I do not know yet," he said. "But I know what comes next. An army. Hunger. Something big pushing it." Benimaru's eyes hardened. "The Orc Lord," he said. Xian spat into the dirt. "The Orc disaster," she said. The hobgoblins murmured, fear spreading like a ripple. A child cried from inside a hut, and the sound made Harry's chest tighten. Harry forced his voice steady. "We do not panic," he said. "We plan." Rigurd looked at him like he wanted to believe and was terrified too. "Plan how?" he asked. Harry inhaled, then exhaled slow, forcing himself to stay practical. "First," he said, "we integrate the ogres. Not as masters, as allies. They know war. We need that." Benimaru's gaze flicked to him. "We do not take orders from goblins," he said. Harry's voice came out sharp. "Then take orders from me," he said, "or leave. But if you leave, you walk into a forest that has already been branded once. And if you stay, you stop treating these people like they are beneath you." Xian's eyes widened. Benimaru's jaw tightened. Then he made a short exhale through his nose. Sui watched Harry with a new attention that felt like a knife being tested for balance. Benimaru lowered his blade fully. "Speak," he said. "What do you want?" Harry's throat was dry. He hated how leadership felt like swallowing stones. "We need structure," Harry said. "Guard rotations. Training. A central signal system. We need to keep the river clean. We need scouts who can move quiet. We need a place for the sick and wounded that is not a straw mat in a damp hut." Rigard nodded fast, already thinking. "We can build," he said, "but we need tools. Dwargen tools." Harry nodded. "Dwargen," he said. "Kaijin owes us information too." Xian's eyes narrowed. "Kaijin?" she repeated. "You met Kaijin." Harry's voice went rough. "I saved him in a ravine," he said. "Then I brought him to Dwargen. Then Ifrit tried to burn a forge, and I had to stop it." Xian stared, like she wanted to ask about the last part. Benimaru's gaze softened just a fraction at the word saved. Sui spoke. "We can send a messenger to Dwargen," he said, "but the road is dangerous." Rigard swallowed. "We already tried," he said, voice low. "We were ambushed." Harry looked at Rigard and felt guilt punch him in the gut. Rigard's scar was still fresh. Gobda still flinched every time someone moved too fast. Harry nodded once. "No more blind runs," he said. "If we move with scouts and a fallback." He turned and looked at the village, really looked. The palisade was decent. The ditch was decent. The people were exhausted. They were still alive. Harry felt his hands shake again, and he curled them tight. Benimaru watched him, then spoke quieter. "You are injured," he said. "You are not sleeping." Harry laughed once, dry and ugly. "Welcome," he said. "That's my normal." Xian stepped forward, and for a second her voice softened. "You are bleeding through your bandage," she said. Harry looked down. The cut on his side had soaked the cloth. He had not noticed because everything else hurt too. He forced a breath. "I can regenerate if I go slime," he said. Xian's lip curled. "Then do it," she snapped. "Stop acting like pain is a badge." Harry flinched. The words hit too close. He wanted to snap back. He did not. He nodded once and moved toward the edge of the clearing, away from eyes. He did not want the goblins to watch him melt and reform. He did not want their fear to grow. Rigard started to follow, then stopped, unsure. Benimaru spoke over his shoulder. "Let him," he said, "and needs a moment." Harry stepped behind a hut and exhaled hard. He let his body loosen just enough. His skin turned slick. His bones softened. The human shape slid away, and the pain in his ribs went dull as his mass redistributed. It was still him. It was still awful. It was also relief. He sealed the cut by shifting mass into it and smoothing it closed. He steadied his magical flow until the buzzing eased. Then he stayed slime for a moment longer, pressed against the cool mud wall, breathing by habit even though he did not need it. "Great sage," he thought, as Shizu awake. There was a pause. "Her consciousness is stable," Great Sage replied. "She is not fully awake, but she can hear, faintly." Harry swallowed. He pushed open the corridor room inside himself gently, the way you open a door when you are afraid the person on the other side is sleeping. Shizu's presence was there, warm and tired. It felt like someone wrapped in a blanket near a dying fire. Harry spoke in his head, quiet. Are you okay? A faint response brushed him, not a full voice, more like a tired hand squeezing back. Still here? Shizu's presence whispered. Harry's chest tightened so hard it hurt. He answered, I'm sorry? Her response came slow. Don't, she whispered. You did what I asked. Harry swallowed again. People are scared of me, he admitted. I'm scared of me. Shizu's presence stirred, and the warmth steadied. Then keep choosing, she whispered. That's all you ever had. Harry closed his eyes. He did not let himself cry. His body still trembled anyway. Then a sharp tug hit his net, not inside the village, beyond it. A scout alarm thread, one Harry had placed himself 2 days ago and reinforced tonight. Harry snapped upright, slime body tightening. He pushed the corridor closed and focused outward. Report. He called through the net, a pulse that would tug the nearest guard thread and carry his intent. A hobgoblin response hit back, panicked and fast. East Ridge. The guard thought back through the crude signal pattern. Smoke. Many feet. Too many. Harry's stomach dropped. He surged back into human form, fast and rough. Bones reformed, skin sealed. Breath hitched in his lungs as the world went heavy again. He stepped out from behind the hut and saw the clearing tense instantly. Rigurd's head snapped toward him. Benimaru's eyes narrowed. Shien shifted her sword off her shoulder. Sui was already half turned toward the trees like he had felt it too. Harry did not waste time. East Ridge, he said. A lot of movement. Smoke. Rigurd's face went pale. Orcs, he whispered. Benimaru's voice went low. How far? He asked. Harry closed his eyes for a heartbeat and stretched his sense, mapping the forest like pressure lines. The signatures were heavy, clustered, moving like an army. Their magical density was uneven, but the hunger in them was constant. He opened his eyes. Close enough that we do not have a day, he said. Maybe hours. Shien swore, the word sharp and furious. She caught herself when goblin children looked up, then growled through her teeth instead. Sui spoke, calm and deadly. We can strike their scouts, he said. Slow them. Benimaru's jaw clenched. We can ambush at the ditch line, he said, but this village is not a fortress. It will break. Rigurd's hands shook on his spear. We can evacuate, he said. Into the deeper forest. Harry's voice came out hard. And lead an orc army through the forest behind fleeing children, he said. No. We defend. But we do not do it stupid. He turned to Rigurd. Get everyone into the center, he said. Children first. Non-fighters in the largest huts. Keep pairs. No one alone. Rigurd nodded and ran, barking orders, voice cracking with urgency. Harry turned to Benimaru and Shien. You, he said, take the east ditch and set a kill zone. Not killing, disabling. We need time, not a massacre. Shien's eyes flashed. They will not stop, she said. Harry's mouth went dry. Then we make them stop, he said. But we do not get dragged into a frenzy. I will not let this turn into hunger feeding hunger. Benimaru held his gaze for a long moment, then nodded once. Understood, he said. Sui stepped closer. I will scout the main body, he said. Find the command source. If there is a controller, I will see it. Harry nodded. Do not go alone, he said. Sui's eyes flicked, almost amused. That is my job, he said. Harry's voice went flat. Then bring me proof, he said. And do not die. Sui vanished into the tree line like he had never been there. Harry forced his breath steady and moved to the palisade line. He climbed the rough steps and stood on the wall walkway, torchlight flickering in his vision. The forest beyond was black and thick, but his sense cut through it. He could feel the army moving. He could feel the ground vibration like a drum. A hobgoblin guard beside him whispered, voice shaking. "Harry," he said, "are we going to die?" Harry stared into the trees. His heart hammered. His hands were still shaking. Even after all of this, he forced himself to look at the guard. "No," Harry said. "Not tonight. Not if you listen." The hobgoblin swallowed hard and nodded, fear still there but held by the promise. Behind Harry, the village moved into position, messy but determined. People carried water. People carried spears. Someone carried a child who would not stop crying. Someone else shushed the child with a cracked voice and a hand that trembled. Harry watched and felt something in his chest tighten again. This was what he always did. Stand in front, hold the line, pretend he was not scared. He turned his attention back to the less. A sound rolled through the trees, deep and wet. Not a howl, not a wolf, a horn. Then another. The ground trembled harder. Orcs were close now. Benimaru's voice called from below, sharp. "Positions," he ordered, and the hobgoblins shifted, following his directions more naturally than they ever had with goblin chiefs. War recognized war. Sheehan's laugh cut through the fear, too loud and too sharp. "Come on, then," she shouted into the dark. "Come die on our ditch." Harry flinched at the word die, but he did not correct her. Not now. Then Sui's presence flickered at the edge of Harry's net and snapped back in, sudden and urgent. Sui appeared on the wall beside Harry like a shadow turning into a person. His hood was down. His face was calm. His eyes were not. "They are branded," Sui said. "Not like wolves. Not like that wizard's crude hook. This is deeper. There is a master skill driving them. Hunger pushed into their cores." Harry's stomach dropped. "Who?" he demanded. Sui's jaw tightened. "An orc lord with a crown of bone," he said, and behind him, farther back, there is a presence I cannot see fully, a hand I cannot map. But I felt it smile. Harry's skin went cold. He did not want a hand behind the hand. He did not want a larger mastermind. He wanted one enemy at a time. He did not get that. Harry looked down at the village, at the goblins clustered in the center huts, at Rigard standing with his spear upright, even though his hands shook, at Benimaru holding the ditch line like he had been born for it, at Sheehan rolling her shoulders like she wanted to fight the whole world. Harry inhaled and exhaled slow. He could call on Veldora. He could let the storm out. He could end the army with raw power. He also knew what raw power did to people who were already scared of you. He felt Shizu's warmth inside him, faint but steady, and remembered her whisper, "Keep choosing." Harry's jaw clenched. "He turned of the hand," Harry said. "If it shows itself, mark it. I want to know where it breathes." Sui nodded once and vanished again. Harry faced the forest. The first orcs broke through the tree line into torchlight, and the sight punched the breath out of him. They were massive, green-skinned, scarred, wearing scraps of armor and bone. Their eyes were glazed with hunger, but not confused like the orc in the ravine. These eyes were locked on one thing: food. They slammed into the ditch line in a wave. The vine traps snapped up, orc legs tangled. Bodies crashed into mud. Hobgoblins screamed and stabbed downward. Benimaru moved like a blade through the chaos, cutting tendons, breaking knees, disabling with clean brutality. Sheehan hit like a hammer, sending orcs flying back into the ditch with bone-cracking sounds that made Harry's stomach flip. Harry jumped down from the wall and hit the ground running. Because the line was already bending under weight, he raised his hands and fired compressed water into the front ranks, knocking orcs back into each other, buying seconds. He formed a barrier in front of a hobgoblin about to be crushed, and the orc's club slammed into it, cracking the barrier and sending pain through Harry's arms. Harry staggered, teeth gritted, breath ragged. He reformed the barrier anyway. A hobgoblin shouted, "Left," and Harry twisted just in time to avoid an orc's spear aimed at his ribs. The spear cut his sleeve and tore skin. Blood ran warm down his side. Pain flashed bright. Harry gasped. He shoved the orc away with a water burst and nearly slipped in mud. Rigurd grabbed his arm and yanked him back upright. Rigurd shouted over the noise. "They are too many." Harry's chest heaved. "I know," he snapped. The ditch line slept. Orc bodies piled, and the ones behind climbed over the dead like it was a ladder. Their hunger did not slow. Their fear did not exist. Harry's mind went cold. He knew what this was. Not a raid, not a fight, a flood. He felt the anchor in his core pulse, heavy and absolute. Ruler of the End wanted to answer everything with finality. It wanted to cut the cord, end the suffering, erase the problem. Harry's hands shook harder. He looked at Rigurd, sweat and mud on his face, eyes wide and terrified, but still here. "Get back," Harry ordered. "Pull the center group farther in." Now Rigurd hesitated. "If we pull back, the wall falls." Harry's voice turned sharp. "If you stay here, you die," he said. Rigurd swallowed, then nodded and ran, screaming orders into the chaos. Benimaru glanced back at Harry, eyes fierce. "What cannot hold?" he shouted. Harry breathed hard, eyes stinging from sweat. "I will make space," he shouted back. Benimaru's jaw clenched. "How?" Harry's throat went dry. He turned toward the forest edge where the main mass pressed forward and made the choice he had been trying to avoid. He reached inward. Not for a wand, not for a spell. For the storm. Veldora's laughter rolled through his skull like thunder. "Yes," Veldora purred. Finally. Harry's voice came out low and shaking. "Lend me control," he thought back. "Not chaos." Veldora laughed again, but the laughter sharpened. "You ask nicely," Veldora said. "Fine. I will behave. For now." Power surged up Harry's spine. The air around him tightened. Dirt vibrated. Orcs flinched, some of them actually pausing, hunger stuttering as instinct finally noticed a bigger predator. Harry lifted his hands. Black lightning crawled over his arms, snapping and hissing. It burned cold and hot at the same time. It made his teeth ache. It made his heart hammer, so hard he thought it would burst. He aimed it at the ground in front of the ditch line, not at faces, not at chests. "Down!" Harry shouted, and every hobgoblin near him dropped instinctively, fear making them obey faster than training ever could. Harry slammed the lightning into the earth. The ground exploded with a brutal crack. Dirt and rock blasted upward. A shockwave rolled through the front ranks of orcs, throwing them back like dolls. The ditch line widened into a torn trench, a fresh barrier of churned mud and broken stone. Orcs screamed. Some fell. Some got up anyway, hunger still pushing them forward, but the momentum broke. For a few seconds, there was space. Harry's arms went numb. His knees nearly buckled. He forced himself upright, breath ripping in and out of his lungs. Benimaru stared at the torn earth, then at Harry. "You," he breathed. Harry did not answer. His vision tunneled. He tasted blood. Then the horn sounded again, closer, and the orc lord stepped into torchlight. He was taller than the others, broader, wearing a crown of bone and teeth. His eyes were not glazed. They were focused, hungry and aware. He looked at the torn trench, at the scattered bodies, at Harry with black lightning still crawling over his fingers. Then he smiled. Harry's stomach dropped. Because the smile was not just hunger. It was recognition. And behind that smile, Flaba Ilafowes. Harry felt it again. That unseen hand. That faint amusement. Like something watching from a throne it did not deserve. The Orc Lord lifted a hand, and the entire army shifted, reforming, preparing to surge again. Harry's hands shook. His lungs burned. His power buzzed like an overheated wire. He stared at the Orc Lord and whispered, so quiet no one else heard it. "Who is holding your leash?" The Orc Lord's smile widened, and the forest answered with silence that felt like it was laughing.